jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chat's on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On accordance with Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coins, Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On accordance with Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On accordance with Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Best damn show is always here. The best damn show is always near. According It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leany, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leany, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. From the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but we're always there for each other with hearts so mild. Sisterhood at the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leany, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and never be the same. She started off observing. She kept to herself her wording. She saw the need for a friend indeed to all those deserving. She travels the world through your eyes. She listens and sometimes cries. She wants to know what makes you whole and cares without disguise. According to Leany, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worries. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Lived, according to Lived, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worry. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Lived, she wants to know what it is all about. According to Lived, you're welcome here while we all just figure life out. So sit back and yak, smile and laugh, have a cuppa or two. Lived is coming on right now and she welcomes you. Let's hear life according to Lived.
Good morning, good afternoon, good day, good evening. Wherever you are in the world, I'm just saying hello. Anyway, so let me shut this off. Here's a minute. Oh, we've got movement in the house. Oh, that was good timing, wasn't it?
The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. So, are we ready for the jury?
We are.
All right. So, what we'll do is can I see Counsel just very briefly, just in regards to today's schedule?
Okay, let me just check at this point that everybody can hear and everybody can see. Early for them, Gemma. Anyway, let me see who's in the house. Let me have a quick look. We've got Lisa Dodson in, Sharon Davidson. We've got our Lulu. Cooey Lou. We've got Melly Joe, the one and only Melly Joe. We've got the one and only Mary Jane Joe. That's all matching, isn't it? We've got... Ooh, We've got... I've seen someone else before. Who was it? I don't know, maybe I'm... Brissy, that was it. Good morning, Briss. And Gemma, we've got Gemma. Gemma, why aren't you in work again? You're going to get the sack. Definitely going to get the sack. Hello, Lunchy. Good to see you, girl. We've just been talking about you. Well, messaging, posting, whatever, about you doing all the music long before the AI was known to us. So, listen, I can't believe I just finished that music, the intro in time, didn't I? Hiya, Yeeby. Good to see you too. I hope I'm saying your name right. Katrina Evans, good to see you too, girl. Well, welcome in, and please let me know right now if you can hear what was happening then in the course and you can see it okay. So I can fix it if it's not. Please let me know right now. And just to let you know, I've already a tangerine. I couldn't wait, my nerves are all gone. When I get nervous, I eat, I get excited and I can't stand that. Because if this was going on for another 6 weeks, I'd be like as big as the house. All good. Thanks, Dolores. Welcome into chat. I can hear movement again. Do you know what?
Here.
I must have... she's done it again. Go ahead,
Good morning.
host. Good morning, darling.
How's everybody?
Everyone's good. And it's already been on, Lee. Can you believe it?
I know. I've been sitting here watching and listening to you guys.
How are you?
I just went blank. I went blank. What's new? I can't believe. I think it's because court's got me all messed up because they're actually on time. I don't know what the hell's happened. Hear ye, hear ye.
All right. Go with it. What's the next exhibit? What's the next exhibit?
292. LBBB.
Mustn't it be terrible though, sitting there wondering about your face? Oh.
Shush it, Dolores.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Well, I can see the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Oh, I'm so happy she still has her bow on.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. And so what we're going to do, as we have done so many times before, I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we're kind of going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll get right back to the trial. So the first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Last question: is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. What we are going to do from the schedule today If you remember on Friday, we were in during cross-examination of Dr. Mack, who testified Friday afternoon. We're going to return to the cross-examination. And the only difference is Dr. Mack is going to be available by Zoom here. We've had a couple other witnesses, so you all kind of know how that's going to work. So we're going to finish the cross-examination of Dr. Mack by Zoom. Commonwealth, if they have redirect question, and then we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and so just to kind of go back as far as the procedures that we followed, so the Commonwealth presented their case. Then after they were done, the defendant presented their case, and we're now on to the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and when the Commonwealth's rebuttal is done, we're going to move to the next portion of the procedure process, which will be the closing arguments and the legal instructions. All right, so that comes after the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so as we go through today, I'll kind of keep you up to date in regards to the schedule for going forward. All right, so that's where we are. So at this point, I'm going to, we'll get Dr. Mack on the screen, and then it'll be Mr. Reddington continuing cross-examination. Yeah, please.
Dr. Mack, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I would estimate 1 or 2.
So if you estimate 1 or 2 times, would this be your 3rd time?
By that estimation, yes.
Okay, so it's not by my estimation, though, it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the 3rd time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how many.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's it.
I'm talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them in the courtroom.
So my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility, and this would be your 3rd time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay. And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the Park Dietz conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times, and in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that a Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
You'd have to specify which case.
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Abram Mack, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
No.
Did you testify in? Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, it's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for Temporary Aid to Needy Families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that, I guess, had to be tested, right?
Well, I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay, so the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government, and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine? And your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that that testimony or that report was presented. No.
Okay, so your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two, that you did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
No.
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right. Do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Avram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TANF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now, in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury regarding your testimony and opinion that you've given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
Yes.
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do recall the date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right. So to
okay,
answer your question about
the answer is right.
Yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so, Helbrun. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there?
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
You'll have to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Tewksbury? Kirk, okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
Yes.
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February date?
I think the first date was April 10th.
Okay.
The second date was April 12th. And those were the 2 days that I was there.
Right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I stayed in Massachusetts.
Where?
I believe in Wellesley.
Where? Was it like a Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton? Where?
A private home.
A private home, okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, he didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay. So in any event, you must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Halbrun at Tewksbury Hospital, yes.
Okay, I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as. But Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Heilbrun, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the parking lot of Tewksbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
or in the lobby.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy, but creation of the ultimate opinion.
No. I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went to Tewksbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the records would be obviously cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed those cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts. Is that correct?
And also Dr. Zeisel.
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Havron.
To Dr. Who? I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Kirk Havron. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained, obviously, after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't the conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and that would be interviewing Pat, the father and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively that is the core component of that report.
Okay, that's the component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes.
That would be Jennifer Tufts?
Yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tufts.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yep.
Spalding Rehab, right?
Yep.
Tewksbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
Correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
Yes.
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony. You read all that too, right?
Correct.
Police interviews of witnesses, right?
Correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes.
And where did you meet them?
The prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
It ranges over the years, several $100,000.
Yeah.
Can be a few.
And a lot of that,
more.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in the court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're talking about over the last
Isabel's, I was showing you the calendar.
Right.
Isabel's birthday's tomorrow.
When you were contacted by...
Did you send her a happy birthday?
Did the DA here call you?
I did.
You call?
And then she sent me a message. She said, "Mammy, my birthday's tomorrow."
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, I was retained by the district attorney's office. Yeah.
All right. And let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety.
No. This is Doctor.
I would like to deal
Hold on, Doctor. Please listen to the question and answer the question. Go ahead.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has an idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that, and that brings that point together.
Okay. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrunn, right?
Oh, what?
You talked to Kirk Heilbrunn about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah, okay, next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Miss Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards, they have to open the door, they have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in, you have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
The first day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break. During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and Kirk Heilbrunn sat down and you questioned Lindsay, the both of you together or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
one would ask questions, and if another one had additional questions to ask about that particular topic, then the other would ask.
And she was, fair to say, she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite. She was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
Yes.
And then when you concluded that first day, then the next day, Kurt Heilbrunn went on his own to Tewksbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yeah.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing. The psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychologic or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be the test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the K scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Disdain. Next
Well,
question.
you know,
Next question.
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Okay. Or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
Well, if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying on the MMPI.
Does the MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
No.
No? So let's stay with Dr. Mack's opinion on the K scale. What would that do? It would determine if somebody is not being truthful about their symptoms or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K scale, according to you, what does that mean?
It may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and
because
the users cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a result.
Because they're lying, and it's not a reliable test, right? That's the ultimate consideration, right?
Right. So it's not saying that the person is lying. It's saying that the test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. An individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overrule.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay. So you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Halbrun, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about. I don't know. We're looking at each other.
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but let's ask the next one.
Yeah, okay. So you, tell me again what your answer was, sir?
That effectively, that's what the testing elicited, that her case scale effectively, it was a valid test.
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the healthcare providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I am aware that that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Well, go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by the symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive, and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas. Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally, grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your... go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required. And only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required. So
bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kirk on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Tewksbury Hospital. And how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
I think I said this the other day that my
Why don't you say it again, sir?
Yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode, and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your report, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with...
You're right.
So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
It's not the wrong report.
Ooh, back to sidebar. Get counting, peeps. I think Gemma's had to go, hasn't she, to do a bit of work, God help her. Listen, I'm quiet in the chat, and you know why? I'm doing a bit of crochet, because I've cracked on with that blanket. That's done now. That's out the way. Thank God. But I'm trying to do carry on with a child's hexie cardigan. I've done one side, I'm on the other side now. So I'm in my heaven, I'm in my happy place. I'm listening to a trial and I'm crocheting and I'm nosing at the chat. I've got the whole package. And it's brilliant. Is it all gabbers, isn't it, Lee?
It's very brilliant. I wanted to say hello to, I think you pronounce her name more. I always script these names. Mara. I hope I said that right here on screen. I love you too, Gemma.
My eyes are going terribly. I need more.
I think it is Mora.
Manian.
Manian.
Oh, Manian. Maura Mannion 675. Is that your name, Maura? Maura Mannion.
We
Well,
try.
try something foreign. Maura Mannion.
We do try.
I'm the worst than Lainey. Lainey, I have to ask Lainey for how to pronounce words. It's terrible.
And then I have to
Terrible.
ask Pat sometimes too, because it's like you know how to say it in your head, but it won't come out of your mouth that way. At least that's the way it feels to me. Misty, thank you
Hello,
for the jewels.
thanks for coming in. Oh, everyone, thanks for being here. Listen, I need to ask you, right, because I didn't have a chance this morning with these being early. I mean, you were 13 minutes late, but still, how did your weekend go? Was you,
On page
like...
35,
Here we go.
is that at the time of the incident, that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read that right? And the mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Tewksbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think well, you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So, did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was of the diagnosis? Diagnosis.
Yeah.
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
No, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about
what I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used, that would be a diagnostic question.
So with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar, or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression? It's in the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So,
I can't, can you say that again, please?
we're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was,
Diagnosis.
okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would be
my
a
question is simple. Do you recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
I'm trying to answer your question.
What is the time frame?
The time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
Well, I believe that's what the DSM says.
Okay. So let's talk about
the 4-week period. The 4-week period in which that specifier may be added.
Okay. You recall saying
the
that
diagnostic rule.
You recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. You recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say.
No. What did you say to the? Come on. What did you say to the jury last Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall saying that the person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying that?
To meet that specifier, yeah.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
but that wouldn't be the specifier of with postpartum onset.
Yeah, but you can't. Postpartum is not a disease, doctor. Postpartum.
Right. It's an appellation that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
Okay. According to you, right? You understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD,
what is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she is at Tewksbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes.
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Tewksbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Tewksbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa, I believe clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I've reviewed all the records from Dr. Tufts, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline?
And that would be what, 25?
Yes.
Was that increased?
It was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Yes.
And what was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
Oh.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you see? Okay. Did you see anything in the records?
Wanted to sleep.
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline, and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period...
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep. That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the seventh element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know that she had decreased need for sleep.
And then the medical...
trying very hard.
Go ahead.
I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
So to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episodes in this year or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you familiar with postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis, and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression? Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which, according to you, has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize, in this country, the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
All right, sustained. Next question.
So you're familiar, sir, you're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
No.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LISCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
That's not a form of the question.
No, sustained. I mean, overruled. Let me ask. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So, no, the answer's right.
She had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize, apparently, the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some time.
Just like you think that, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
Remember Friday you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you call it a
Boom!
particular name?
Didn't mean to scare
Episiotomy.
y'all.
Right.
When there's a need for repair for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No. Wait a minute.
No,
Hold
that's
on
not
now.
what you
Hold
said,
on.
sir. Let me
Excuse
help him.
sir.
I'm pissed.
Friday, you said that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
He did.
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
That's what you
Did
said,
somebody
sir.
tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring
Oh
to
my
you
God, you're a
saying
fucking
that
idiot.
an episiotomy is a tear.
That's what you said, sir.
It's
That's
not.
exactly what you said.
And, Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right, I want you
The last,
just hold on. Well, you can rephrase that.
Do you remember saying Friday that episiotomy is a tear? Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay. Did anybody
After a tear.
did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Did anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then your wife is an idiot.
So you would agree with me, at least, that postpartum depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So,
yes or no?
You're asking me about a condition which
Right.
is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things, and what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other day.
Right. But it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When
Okay.
you have depression and you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So,
can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy. Sir.
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it. Go ahead.
Yes.
So would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on, yes.
Sure. sure did. Did she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis.
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding. Yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure what well, I can't answer the question as you asked. I'll put it.
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your question.
Postpartum psychosis, you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier?
I'm referring to the fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
Let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number 1, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit,
do you understand the term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
It's actually not easy. It's serious. But when we do elicit psychosis after a birth, we take it very seriously. Typically,
who's we? Who's we? We take it seriously. Well, who's we?
We psychiatrists. I as a psychiatrist.
Yeah. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing, if you do, a patient that's coming to you for help after having a baby, so it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
That would be psychosis. I don't know exactly based on your hypothetical as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so if you had administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices, especially if they're new. Especially if they're
a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a concern.
How about actually in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across, in my evaluation, a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number 2, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality? Did she complain to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality, being disassociated? Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medications she was taking that she felt that things weren't real, yes.
Okay, so
or that
my question, sir,
uncomfortable.
My question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing? Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular...
I'm asking you a simple question. Do you agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness, or the findings of psychosis in somebody who's postpartum?
I'm asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay, the context I'm giving it is...
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course. And we understand
time out.
Okay, hold on. Let him finish. Doctor, you done with that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
You're telling me, sir, that you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA, so you're...
Hold on.
By the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the particular body within the American Psychiatric.
All right. Do you agree that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect? Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay, so
the issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
Okay, so any time that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree, sir,
that and you would be concerned about it. According to the DSM, you would not utilize that.
No, I'm sorry. Doctor, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
So, symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital major research project, along with the Department of Mental Health, dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum psychosis. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right. He just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
You answered these questions several times now.
Really?
Overruled. You're going to let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
You said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than
was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
She complained about intrusive thoughts.
Okay.
If that's what you're referring.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring
No, never mind what I'm referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
That is a type of psychosis.
Okay.
So I didn't see any evidence of any psychotic features throughout the medical records.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
I did see that evidence, that component that you discussed with their physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but I don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
Like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
you agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be, that description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question.
Okay, you can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, how about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No, ruled.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
No, overruled.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
You say narcotics?
Well, drugs, you know,
sure.
like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure. Prescriptions. When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns a person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood tests to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of numerous, innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum as well as postpartum depression, symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. They never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay. Commonwealth redirect?
Good morning, Dr. Mack. Now, defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to the area, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. You can answer that question.
Yes.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I'm not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024. I'm not exactly sure when the Commonwealth or the district attorney's office exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the 2 dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview?
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Tewksbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with Park Dietz and Associates?
Yes. There are times that attorneys around the country go to Park Dietz and Associates seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field, and Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so in your relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case given the topic.
Now, you were asked some questions about Dr. Halbrin, and I think last week on Friday you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, how did it come about that you and Dr. Halbrin ended up going to Tewksbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
Generally, no. As has been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, it wasn't just you and Dr. Halbrin in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one. So was there a staff member from Tewksbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Halbrin offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
We made it clear that we could take a break anytime.
And she repeatedly declined a break, right?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And that would be contained within the video that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
I see counsel at sidebar.
Oh my God. To me, it feels like he's been on forever. It feels like he's been the longest witness. Oh I mean, Case has said before he's getting paid to do this. I wouldn't take the money to. He's looking stupid. Do you know what I mean? His answers. I just don't get it at all. He is the longest on the stand to me. Honestly, feels like forever. What do you think, Lee? Oh, I think Lee is out the room or she's doing something. Never mind. What do you all think? What do you all think so far? Is this draining you, this bit?
Maggie, I am here. I will
I love.
say, I want to kick him in the nuts. I'm just over him.
I'll kick him with you. Yeah, me too.
I never seen. Well, I say this probably every trial. I have never seen any, but that guy, the judge didn't do enough to shut him up. He just
No.
So the thing about this prosecution is we have heard time and time again, whenever it was the defense's witnesses up there, her saying just yes or no. And they would have to answer just yes or no. And hang on.
Yeah, I'm just looking in chat. Sorry, carry on, Lee.
And I mean, because it used to aggravate me when she said that, but now I get it. So now I wish old Red was just telling him just yes or no, and he didn't start doing that until the end. But I feel like he caught him out in a lot of his lies.
Yeah.
Just by him saying you either know or you don't know, and then he would say, "Well, I can't answer that." I think that was brilliant, and I'm glad he did go back because I have never stopped one of our court proceedings because I was so pissed off. Never. We just let it play through. We don't interrupt them. I mean, who are we witnesses to? But when he came out and was trying to talk about women's health and didn't know what the hell he was talking about, I was like, oh, it was making me so mad.
Yeah, I know.
And
I feel like he's been on for days.
What is the chat saying? I'm trying to get me some more coffee.
That's what I was just asking, but I don't think it's what do you think on this witness, guys? What's your opinion?
Yep.
Lucy that says I struggle to believe he's an ex-base.
I'm right with her.
Dolores says, "Oh, he's getting big bucks for this." But would you take that money as a doctor to do that harm to yourself?
I don't think
surely
really
to God, there's going to be people
Huh?
looking at this who could possibly have been treated by him or could possibly get treated by him, must be thinking, now I'm not going to him. He must be losing patience for being paid to look like this. Do you know what I mean? Surely that is bullshit because it's just coming across like he knows nothing at all.
So Maggie, I also wanted to ask, so that was another one of my big beefs was that they never checked Lindsay Clancy's thyroid before they started feeding her all this medication.
That,
But I got to thinking when he was being asked about blood work and if Lindsay Clancy had ever received any in psychiatry, do they do blood work as a routine? Don't you think they should? And the only reason I'm saying that is because you're going to be giving some pretty high powered drugs. Wouldn't you want to know if they've already got something in their system?
because could be things going on elsewhere, like you just said with thyroids. I mean, I know people who've gone like that, not as bad as that, but it's been the thyroid problem. Do you know what I mean? So they should do blood works because there's lots of things that can cause that.
On cross-examination, you were asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report, and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing after that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding, that the use of my testimony was discussed in the summary judgment documents from each side.
And then ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, correct?
If I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as far as the limitations there and your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was...
Okay, if you can answer that, and then go ahead.
My understanding is that that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
Okay. And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility?
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier with postpartum onset or atypical features or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar-related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there's a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct?
Right. As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier. Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's in there.
The description has that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about. And then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different, I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9 in order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
Sure. Concentration.
So a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No, overruled.
Bleeding?
Correct.
No, overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Action.
No, overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
I imagine your office was aware, but I don't know.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right. Next. Anything further? Anything further, Como? All right. Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break at this point, and we're going to come back, continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have a witness who'll go on the stand after we get back. All right. So we'll take the break at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jury, sorry, close the notebook. Please come on, chair, please.
Okay, so we're on a break. How long did he say? I missed that, guys. How long did he say? Are you there, Lee? Let's see what everyone's saying. Hi, Flower. Good to see you, girl. Gemma Butler said, praise be to Jesus. So I agree. I think they're all drained. Look at them. They must be like, thank God for that.
Anything we need to discuss before the break, Como?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lordy, hopefully this next witness isn't as disqualified. I think it was someone said, Lee, read your message in back chat, chicken.
Okay.
I think someone said he was getting paid to say all that. But isn't he just isn't he like letting himself down?
Whoever, I don't know. I don't have to say anything. I think everybody's under the same thoughts as I am. This guy, I'm shook that this was the prosecution's biggest witness, and they saved it till last, and he was the most stupid. I mean, I can't believe it. But anyways, I heard you ask, is this lunch break? This is a morning break.
Yeah, 2 o'clock. They're coming back on. Sean has just said. Yeah. So that means 4.
No. That's lunch break. That's lunch break. We're not on lunch break. We're just on a morning recess, which is supposed to be.
We're just on a munch. Okay.
Yeah, which is supposed to be just a 15-minute break. Now, one day we went 3 effing hours on.
So you're saying we're only going to do 15 minutes now?
Yeah. Supposedly.
Sean just said we're back at 2.
No, because remember that would be another 3-hour lunch break because it's 11 o'clock here where they're at. So this is the morning break. It's usually about 15 minutes. And then we go to lunch at 1 o'clock my time. And that goes on till 2 because they're only supposed to have an hour lunch break.
Okay, so Misty said he gets paid to give his assessment, as in he is contracted to give his opinion. Oh my God, he
That's
didn't
right.
even know what a
That's right.
tier was already, and I couldn't understand that he didn't know that.
Oh,
That
Shauna, it's okay, honey.
yeah, what Sean and I tell
Yeah,
her the wrong things all the time. Did
I
you
say
read
the
your
wrong things
message,
too.
Lee?
I did, and yes, of course.
Okay. All right, I'll pass you over to Leanie, everyone. Go ahead, Lee.
All right. Anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. We appreciate you so much. Listen, please hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down. It really makes no difference to us. It just lets the algorithm know that you interacted with this channel in some way or the other. Looks like Bo has got her sister beside her. They look so much alike. So much alike. And now I don't know this to be fact, you guys, so I'm speculating. I'm just making fun. But I did hear honestly somebody say, and I don't remember if it was in someone's chat or if it just came up, but I remember somebody saying that the reason why she's wearing a bow every day is because Cora Clancy, the little girl who was murdered, always loved wearing bows. In fact, I watched a stupid. All right, it's not stupid. I was aggravated a little bit watching it, but I watched a one point like 26-minute thing on Patrick Clancy's running the Boston Marathon with his kids on the back of his shirt, and I thought that was precious as well. And on one side of his, when he faced forward and he was talking to the camera, he had a bow on one side of his shirt right there. So I have heard some people say that the reason why she's wearing a bow every day is because she is honoring Cora. And some people were pissed off about it, and some people were just like, no. But I mean, I don't know that for a fact. Homegirl could be wearing a bow every damn day of her life, and it would still be wrong. I don't care. At some point, you got to take the bow out, and I think it's just too tight. I think it's messed up her brain a little bit. You heard that as well, Shauna. Yeah. Pamela says, did you see the speech at the kid's funeral? And you saw it too? Yeah, I know. I thought that we haven't even seen the funeral because everything I've looked at, it was private, and nobody even knows where the kids are at. So they haven't given out where the kids are buried and stuff like that. So no, I haven't seen any footage about the funeral. Patrick spoke at the I mean, you saw the. Is there a video on it? Because they said that there wasn't. Celia says, "What if Lindsay saying she saw herself do it is her drugged while watching the new wife do it?" Sadly, they're not on trial for murder. Sadly, not sadly. Look, if she really did it and she's admitted to it because she really did it, then the right person's on trial. But will we ever really know that? So because she admitted to it, and obviously, this lawyer, this defense lawyer is very, very, very highly sought out in Massachusetts. And so I would imagine that he believes what he is defending, that she actually did kill her kids. And he's trying to at least get her to stay out of prison for that. Oh, it was on last night. I did not see that. You'll have to send me the link so I'll know what to watch, if you don't mind. Or you can just put it here in chat. Tell me where you saw it. I'll go look it up myself, Pamela. Thank you. That's how court expert testimony typically is. They're typically subject matter experts, and their purpose is to conform to what people. Yeah, exactly. But you know what? It just irritated the fire out of me. First of all, because he plainly said on Friday when they were asking about his credentials and things like that, he mainly works with children. He works with children who are drug addicts, who are alcoholics, who have behavioral problems and stuff like that. And at first I thought, well, why? What's happening here? Why would he be a expert witness on this trial, talking about Lindsay? And I was like, surely they got something up their sleeve, and then they'll make me understand it later, because sometimes, that happens. Sometimes I got a question, and then later it'll be answered. And then when he started talking about women's health, you guys, and all that other stuff, and I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, I could not
Is he
believe it.
done with it now, Lee? Is he that it with him now?
He's done. He's done. Yes, he is
Oh,
done.
thank God.
Yes.
Did he feel like he was the longest witness to you?
He may not have been the longest witness, but he sure felt the longest because we're exasperated. He was just totally
Yeah,
incorrigible. He was totally incorrigible, and he thought he was smarter than old Red. And the way Red handled that, listen, kudos to him, because I would have said, you know what,
yeah,
fuck you. I mean, I would have been thrown out. He's such. I mean, some may say he was a little bit tough on him and wouldn't let him answer questions. Well, the reason why I wouldn't let
he
him
was
answer
smirking
questions is
though, wasn't
because
he? Like that
no,
smile on his face.
the reason why he kept, interrupting him is because that wasn't what the question was. He's just
Yeah,
giving these long-winded things to make him look smarter than what he is. Just answer
yeah,
fucking yes or no. It's very, very simple. Or I don't know. It's very
yeah.
simple. Um, so there's that. Let's see. Hi, Owl. Um, there's many instances where people claim to be perpetrator and DNA later cleared them. Not saying this about this case, but it absolutely has and does happen. Agreed, 100%. And look, I'm not saying that happened to her. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying either way that somebody made her think she did it, or that yes, she did do it. I have to go off of how I do things, how I run things here is court testimony, unless we see something like we clearly saw in the last witness, where he was just full of shite. I mean, if they were talking about a child killer, maybe he would have, sounded like brilliant to me. But he knew nothing at all about what was going on with Lindsay Clancy. Nothing.
Yeah,
And definitely not postpartum. And it's not his thing. So why would he go look
mhm,
into it? If I was him, I would have spent all weekend long in some kind of psych book about postpartum.
yeah.
Something like that. That's what I would have done. Maggie, go ahead and go, unless you did.
Yeah, I'm just waiting, just because it's hard in a break, isn't it? So wait till we go back to course,
Oh, okay.
and
So,
it's easy for you. Why were fingerprints not on the exercise bands? I just can't shake all these inconsistencies in the case. Well, I'm thinking because it was Patrick that took them from around the kids' necks, wasn't it?
yeah.
So his prints are going to be all over them now. Apparently, I could be wrong, Lee. It was his DNA that was found on them and Cora,
Mm-hmm.
not Lindsay's, which I'm thinking is a bit.
Yeah,
Surely
I
there's a
mean,
big bit of it.
first of all, for those that are new here, thank you guys so much for choosing to spend some of your time with us. I appreciate it. I appreciate your views, even if you don't agree with me. Look, we don't have to agree. I just appreciate being an adult and respecting each other enough to uh, have an opinion ourselves, and that's what I always try to do. I love a good discussion. I love. How am I supposed to learn anything if I hung around with everybody that agreed with me on everything?
Yeah,
But what I do wanna say, and I think I could speak for Mags as well, since this whole court case started, in fact, since we started ever doing, any kind of true crime on this channel, we always say, we could have it completely wrong, and not all the time do Maggie and I
yeah.
agree. Not all and Maggie has a
We more
co-host,
so
Liz.
don't agree than
Yeah,
agree, don't
yeah, and and so sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't agree. For 5 minutes, we might jump on the same page as understanding, and then we're both like, wait a second, but this. So we're just as confused as everybody. But what I say I always go by is court testimony, what I see in the court documents, what I hear, um, uh, from family members, things like that. You know what I mean? And even then, you got to be careful because we all know they lie their asses off. Everybody lies their asses off, and you just got to find what you believe the truth is somewhere in there.
Yeah,
And I would hate to be a juror on this, but I will tell you right now, I would have to find her not guilty because I do not believe that
me too.
I do not believe that the prosecution has proved with a reasonable doubt. I can give you, let's just say, 3 different things that say, yes, this was premeditated 100%. I could give you the same 3 instances on the other side that is a totally different argument for the same 3 instances that would make her look like she was in psychosis. So it's tough. It's really tough when you're dealing with mental stuff. That's a whole it's a whole entity by itself. Um, so, yeah, that's all I have to say about that. I don't ever take nothing off the table except for, like, aliens. Yeah, I'm not dealing with the alien conspiracy, and,
No.
I have to go with I know a lot of people believe that Patrick did, in fact, set her up, and he, is the
Yeah.
one that murdered his
We've been
children.
through it all. We've been through it all.
Mhm.
Celia, that's lovely of you to say. She said, I'm loving this channel. Seems like you're all pretty reasonable on this channel, and you know how hard that is to come by these days. Thank you for your time and analysis.
Oh gosh.
You're welcome, Celia. You know, everyone on here is okay. There's absolutely no bashing, and everyone's got their own opinion.
Mhm.
People come in all the time and can just be not nice, and it doesn't work. You know, if you come in, say hello, and give your opinion, that's great. You're welcome here anytime. We'd love to have you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
What is
Absolutely.
live? It's Laurie. She means we've got like 2 lives going. It's this a vertical. We've got a put. I always say the portrait and a vertical. So it's 2 of them. Do you know what I mean? It's just because it helps to get more people in. But that's what she's talking about. So if you was to go out and look at the channel now, you'd see 2 lives.
Mhm.
That's that's how it is.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
was-
and then
Sorry.
all of our subs as well. Sometimes YouTube just doesn't work, and then sometimes the little bell that you click on for all, so you get all of your notifications when people are live, sometimes it just doesn't work, and sometimes it changes itself. I don't know if you guys know that, but Melly Joe,
It
who is our
absolutely does, yeah.
yeah, who is our main mod here, she figured out why she wasn't getting notifications of us being on, and that was because somehow it got changed. That's why we go live on both of them because a lot of our subs don't even know we're live. So it's
Yeah.
easier to do both. That most of our subs will say, "Oh shit, I didn't even know you were live. My bell's not working, or I didn't have my bell clicked, or something like that." Um,
Yeah.
it just pushes. So if somebody types in Lindsay Clancy, they're not naturally going to take you to my channel, but they will take you to a channel that is going YouTube live. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's just the way that it
Yeah.
goes.
Hiya,
Misty
Nat.
says her
Thanks
changed
for
too.
coming
So
in. Oh yeah, Misty's got check mine did as well. So you redo it. It's doing it all the time. It's definitely something to do with YouTube.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
well,
didn't
Natalie said she didn't get any notification today.
see. That's so what I do is when I found out that Melly's had changed like that, I went and looked at mine and mine was still on all because I have other YouTubers that I listen to, not true crime YouTubers, but you
Yeah,
know,
mine
cleaning
had
and
changed. Not with
organizing
you
and
though,
stuff like
but
that.
someone else.
But
It changed.
yeah, mine didn't change, but I still went ahead and clicked off and then clicked back on because
I wondered if it
YouTube is
goes
always
by
doing
how
something.
much you watch someone.
I don't
Do you know
know.
what I mean? I don't see. It was all right with your channel, but others that I'd watched, it changed on that. So I'm thinking, I wonder if it's what you watch the most. I don't know. No clue.
Celia also says, the fact that there was no proper investigation the day of this tragedy just haunts me. I have to agree with that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to, and sadly, that happens a lot. I don't know about other countries, but here in the States, they just look at it, they see the mother laying out on the ground, there's 3 dead kids in the basement or 2 and 1 on his way. And it just, I mean, we'll take pictures, we'll do this or that, but I mean, this is to them, this is what I think. I don't know this for sure, but I think they just go like, okay, this is a pretty cut and dry case. Mom's out there. She tried to kill herself. That's what she told us. And the kids are in the basement. She knew exactly where her kids were at. So this is a pretty cut and dry case. We'll just take pictures and wrap it up. Right? I think that's what was done. Whereas if you have a mom laying outside with cuts to her and the children inside the basement, and she says, this person, like, there was a person in my house, he threw me out the window. You know what I mean? Then the case erupts and they do a
Yeah.
fuller investigation. So because of
Yeah.
her own words, and is it right? No, not at all. They
No.
every crime scene should be absolutely like 100%, investigated to the fullest that they can do. But then we also have to remember, one crime in one city is not the only crime that's going on in that city, right? Then especially the bigger ones. So, and the smaller your city is, the smaller your police department becomes, and that's why you have to ask for outside help to come and help you, like the Idaho 4 when that happened, but they weren't big enough to handle that, and they didn't have the expertise. So, a lot of cases go on like this because there are whodunits across the way, maybe. You know what I mean? So this one looked cut and dry to them, I guess.
Yeah.
And then some of it, like the Nancy Guthrie case, listen, they were big enough. They're big enough that that case should have been handled. How many of you were screaming every day at your TVs or computers or your phones saying, pick up the damn mat and take it in for testing? Pick up the mat at the
Oh my
door
God,
and
I
test
know.
it for DNA. The
Never
dude had
safe
something
now.
in his mouth. They never took it.
No.
So
Can you post the other live channel for us? Can one of the mods post a link for Dolores? And Laurie's saying this one, the chat goes over the screen. What am I doing different? Can you answer that, Lee?
I don't know. I'm thinking,
She must
hold
be in
on.
the other live or
I
something. I
think you're
don't
in the
know.
other I think you are in the okay, so you'll see 2 different lives. One of them will have a phone next to it. I don't think is everybody I don't even see Maggie and
Well,
I
it looks like she's in here. Let's see.
Maggie and I see everything different. Like Melly Joe doesn't look like she's on a phone to me. She looks like she's on a computer because she doesn't have the phone next to him. Misty looks like she's on a
Oh,
phone.
yeah, they're
Dolores
all
looks
on
like
the
she's on a
phone.
laptop or a computer. No Freedom
They're
looks like
all
he's
on
on
the
the phone.
phone.
Yeah.
And Laurie, you're
So
in there with them, so you're in the right one by the looks of it. Most people have got the phone. Dolores, you haven't. You haven't got the phone.
Misty says, my issue is medics testified she wasn't able to speak. So how did she tell Patrick where the kids were? I thought on that and thought on that and thought of that because we've had 2 different testimonies about that yes, she was able to speak and they heard her speak. And then we had some that said, I only heard groaning. And then you had other people say, I didn't hear her speak at all. Well, if you remember, so I'm going over this and going, all right, which one's lying? Because somebody, and I thought, well, maybe none of them are lying. Maybe when that certain person was with her, she was passed out. Because remember, she kept
Yeah,
coming in and out and
I know.
in and out. And so maybe when she was with Patrick, she absolutely could speak. Maybe when she
Yeah,
was with that certain medic who said, when I was there, she couldn't speak." Well, maybe
yeah,
they didn't ask her, did they? Was she
no.
passed out or was her eyes open and was she awake? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
there's
Was she
loads of
groaning?
things we don't know in
They didn't
between.
ask
So,
her.
hiya,
So,
Mama. Thanks for coming in again.
yeah, good
Lovely
to
to
see
see
you.
you. according to the injuries to her throat, she wouldn't be able to talk, said Celia.
Well, that was another thing they said. So the thyroid part of the thyroid was crushed, and
yeah.
but I don't think that would stop you from being able to talk. And there are people that are walking around all day long without a thyroid in their mouth, and they don't in the throat, and they don't shut up. Ask Lunchy. But the voice box we know was damaged. I cannot remember how much damage there was to it. Let me look that up really, really quick. But I know the thyroid being crushed would not stop you from talking.
Do you want me to look?
No, I can. I've already got it pulled up really quick. So, let me see.
Shauna said that's what I heard as well. Her thyroid and vocal cords are damaged. Yeah, that's true. It was crushed, wasn't it? Only Patrick was the one said she spoke. Yeah, he told her the kids. She told him he asked where the kids were, and she told him in the basement. Oh God. Thank you again for answering my questions, Celia. We'll answer anything that we know. Do you know what I mean? What we've heard. But
So
thank you for coming in and taking part in the chat.
So, I just put in, can you speak if your voice box is damaged, right? It says, yes, you can often still speak or communicate if your voice box, your larynx is damaged, but your voice will change. How you speak depends on how bad the injury is and what parts are hurt. Now we would have to go back and pull up what the doctor said, what they found in her throat. So you would have types of voice changes would be mild or partial or severe loss. Ways to speak after severe damage. So let's just say her voice box was tore up. She could still mouth things. She might be able to still whisper, but not have, you know what I mean, enough air or whatever to and play to work the voice box right, because it's broken. I guess that's the easy way to put it in layman's terms. And then like when I'm not even going to bring that up because that's going to be confusing. But yeah, so because Patrick wasn't asked, how did she speak to you? Like, what did she sound like?
Yeah.
Was she whispering? Did you read her? Did you read her lips? What? How did she speak? No, there's so many. That's why we all had these questions, because they did not ask the right questions. And that's why we're all still sitting here going, but what about this? What about that?
Yeah.
But you know what that means? They have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not in a psychotic state when she killed her kids. All these,
you know the way you can go and pull court documents up and it tells you everything. Can you do that on this?
to some degree. I can't remember if any of this was sealed. So like when they say they're going to seal things, like when they say that this case is sealed, or they put a gag order on the case, they put a gag order on the Brian Kohberger case. So all the stuff that gave us any kind of evidence, that gave us talked about any kind of people that were adults or anything like that. Yes, we could see the court documents, but it's all redacted. You see what I'm saying? So you could still see a filing, and it'll say at the top, like what the filing is, who it's from this person to this person. But then that's where all the redactions come in. So yeah, you can still pull it up. It's all redacted. That is why we cannot find a divorce record on Lindsay and Patrick, and we cannot find a marital record on Patrick and his new wife, because all that is sealed because of the cases that are going on. Because remember, this case right here is not the only case that's going on after this. Patrick has his own case against the doctors for malpractice, and so does Lindsay. This is Lindsay's case. The doctors are not done here. Not at all. So I think probably until Patrick has his day in court, where he'll be sitting where Lindsay's sitting at, well, he'll be at the prosecutor's. No, he'll be at
Will that be televised?
I don't know. It depends on what's going on. There's some big cases out there right now, but I still think this is the biggest one that's going on.
Yeah.
But I think it just depends. And of course, it's not going to be this big. You know what I mean? It's against doctors, so you might be able to find it on some local stations or things like that. I absolutely would love to hear Patrick's test. Because I
Me
think
too.
more shit will have to come out. Like, when did he get married? Because
Yeah.
the defense is going to use all that shit against him.
Well, we knew when he got married, didn't we? In
Yeah.
April.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when they'll ask him when he met his wife, and because they're going to try
Yeah.
to, the doctor's lawyers are just going to try to just like discredit him and beat the hell out of
Yeah.
him. Like,
I know
what
what you
was
mean.
your
Yeah.
responsibility in this? Where the hell were you? Oh, you were out golfing
Yeah.
with your girlfriend or running a 5K. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's when all his shit's going to come out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I need to put my hair up. It's actually hot in here now.
I know.
So
I need to know the way. That's all I'm doing. This and the Tupac major trial, I think, are the biggest that I know of.
I
There's-
tried watching some of the Tupac stuff last night, you guys, and I just got sick. I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not getting into this. You're all fucking liars. Every one of you are fucking liars. You sat on this shit for that long. You're all gangbangers. Every one of you had a hand in it. You're all lying. Yes, DNA does put that guy there, but I'm telling you, when you're in a gang, when you're in gangs like that, and you're that big of a person, kind of like P Diddy, there's not just one person who did it. No, that's why they have a gang. And so I can't sit and listen to it when it's just total lies from everybody all the way around. Cops, the whole thing. The cops are lying, they're lying, everybody's lying their asses off. And I don't deal with liars. At Leanie, I answer you on the other page. The kids got cremated before anybody could see them. They have a headstone with their picture on it. If you Google it, it will show you and tell you what town. So I did, and they said that was, let me look it up again, Dolores. But I did, and they said that was just a memorial for them in the town or something. Nobody knows where exactly they're buried at or who's got the
Yeah.
kids. I knew they had been cremated, but they didn't know where the ashes were at. Let me see that. Oh,
Imagine that, wanting to put flowers on or stuff like that. That's going to be hard, isn't it? To all take in and grasp that reality of what she's done and that she's never going to see them kids again.
all right. So what this says, I don't know when this was released because I looked up all of this already, and it might be released now because and this even on the Find a Grave, murder victim along with her brother's dog. No shit, that just had to come out because I already looked through Find a Grave and all that. It says the three Clancy children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan, were laid to rest following a funeral service held on February the 3rd, 2023 at St. Mary's of Nativity in I'm gonna mess this up, guys. Scituate, Massachusetts. Their final resting place is associated with St. Mary's Cemetery in that word. Eulogy was delivered by Reverend Bob Dehan of Holy Family Church alongside words written by their father, Patrick Clancy. The community memorial, a dedicated public playground in memory of the children, was unveiled at Wadsworth Field Park in Duxbury, Massachusetts. Okay, and let me look on this Find a Grave because they had to have just released all this because it was not here.
Yeah, I'm sure you would have got that. Tinande says, let's never forget that the 911 call was never released because it was hateful and awful to hear. How could he fake so much pain if he did it? I don't believe he did. But yeah, I mean, we've heard it was absolutely awful.
Okay, so it does look like they are in a wall, in a niche together, all three of them.
Oh, God, there's my house alarm going off.
It's
Hold on.
okay. So I guess somewhere at that, thank you for that so much. I appreciate, ladies, you guys let me know about this. It looks like they're in a niche or a columbarium or something, whatever you want to call it, but it's a wall for ashes or things like that. That looks like they're all three put in the same place together. That's terrible. They had to just put this out since the trial because I went over all this and looked for it. I'm not saying they just put it out, but they just released it because a lot of stuff was had a gag order on it. He spoke of it at their funeral. I shall go look. That would have been heartbreaking at the funeral. You found it new. Now look up the grave sites. I did. I looked up the grave sites. I can show it to you guys real quick. I probably should have already just brought it up. Sorry. Let me see. So this is their Find a Grave Memorial. Let me share this on the screen real quick. Hold on, I gotta take this off. Okay. All right, let me get back to this really quick, you guys. This is their Find a Grave marker, and I promise you, when this trial started, this was not here because I looked. And it says, this is Cora's. You could go and then you can see Dawson's and Callan's. It'll look exactly the same. They're buried at the same place. And it shows this on their Find a Graves where people have added pictures of them. I don't know who did it. It might be because you can own these, you guys. That's another thing I can talk about later. Murder victim along with her brothers Dawson, and it gives his memorial number. Callan gives his memorial number. Mother Lindsay Clancy. So then it gives a little bit of a synopsis about her here. You can go over the photos here, and I'll pull up where it shows where they're in a niche right here. Can you guys see that? Yes. Okay. So you could tell that it's in a wall, and all three of them are inside here. It looks like this one and this one is put together, so they have either saved this spot right here for somebody else to be interred. I don't know because this is the only ones that I come. This is this one, and there's one more.
In the wall,
yeah, they're in the wall.
Yeah.
This is a crypt, a wall.
Yeah.
Right. Let me show you the other one that is on. So thank you for a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I don't. That just I don't. Oh, that must be. I wonder if that's at the park, the new park. Someone did that drawing. It is lovely. So sad. And then somebody else took a picture again. So obviously, maybe this is the only one that they bought, and then this will belong to somebody else. Because if you look down here, this one's not being used either, but this one is. So they're not the long ones; they're just the small, short ones. So all three of them are in the same vault, crypt, whatever you want to call them. Some people call them different things. Yo, I love me some cemeteries, no lie. If you guys knew how many cemeteries I just go hang out in, talk to people. Oh, I love cemeteries. Oh, look at that must be the one that they kind of drew. Look at his little chubby cheeks. Look at those. Oh, goodness. So adorable, those babies. Oh, look at her. Such a pretty girl. Oh, man.
Can you hear me, Lee?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was speaking then. Would that, you said there's another one next to them, would that be for Lindsay, do you think?
No, I mean, it doesn't usually, if it's already bought, it will have a name on it. It just, and then the date of their birth, you know, like their.
Can you not
but
pre-buy one now? Like you
yeah,
can.
you could pre-buy it, yeah, but most of the time, it has a name on it unless you
Yeah.
just want to buy it and not plan to be buried there. Do you
I'm
know what
just
I'm
thinking
saying?
if it's being done for Lindsay, so she can go with them because he's going to go with his new wife and child now, isn't he?
I mean, hopefully where's oh, I don't know. I just feel like there's so much missing
Yeah,
here.
I know.
It's just terrible, you guys. And so I guess this was their what do you call it? Their little, what do you call it when they hand them out to you? Their little memorial book or something.
You, oh, what's it called? I always get this wrong. Eulogy, is it? Where
No,
the
yeah,
leaflet
something.
and they speak about them inside. It's like the order of the mass.
Yes, and it just says on the outside, in
Yeah,
loving memory, Cora
yeah,
Marie, Dawson, William, and
like a
Cal and
keepsake,
Patrick.
isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah,
funeral keepsake. Mm.
it's just
Oh,
shameful. It's shameful, you
so
guys.
sad,
Look,
isn't it? Can you imagine
little
a
dimples.
recollection of that? Oh, must crucify it every day.
Of course, you guys. Of course. How long has it been now? Are they just going to take another lunch break to go with it? Who knows? Who knows?
This is what they do all the time.
Mm-hmm. They were only, what'd you say, Maggie, 15 minutes late this morning?
You were actually 13 minutes late if my clock was right.
13! What?
Yeah, normally it's 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Up to 45, 50. Depends what mood they're in.
What? In his I'm sorry, you guys. One day my speech is going to get better. In his eulogy, he
He's too
started off
marvelous.
with complaining about them. Gemma said 40 minutes so far, ladies. Gemma's not having it, y'all. She keeps up time for us.
Gemma needs to be get double time for this, you know.
Yeah, double pay. Maggie, go ahead and pay her overtime, Mags.
I'm going now.
Anytime it comes to money, don't talk to me either. Go to Maggie about that.
Yeah,
I don't
come
deal
to
with
me.
money
I
around
pay
here.
the mods and that. I'm the pay.
Pam says, I can't imagine.
We have 600 mods if we were paying them.
We'd have no mods.
Do that. Do you know when there is channels, say big ones, that get loads that actually pay the mods because they do really good.
Listen,
do what they want.
If we could pay our mods, I definitely would.
Yeah,
I definitely would.
I think there's big channels that must do that to pay for them to do a good job because they can, because they get that many people views and everything, so they get good money. Do you know if that was me, I'd have to feel like give back to my mods who were looking after me.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to give them something. I couldn't just take, oh, thank you at the end of the day, and that's it.
That's right.
You girls all deserve a wage, and if I had the money and Leonie did, we will pay you. And we'd make it known so no one can say, oh, yeah, well, we do, yeah.
Pam says, I can't imagine how sad she has to be 24 hours a day. You know, if in fact she was in psychosis because her own lawyer said that she's not that way anymore, because she's on the right medications now. I can't imagine, Pam. I just can't imagine, like, if she truly was in psychosis when all that happened, and then now being able to think straighter. I don't know if it's completely straight, but straighter than what she was able to. It's got to be a living hell to know that you killed your babies, especially when
that in your mind's eye every night and every day. Just, can you imagine reliving that over? I was bad enough over Jessie, so God help her or anyone. It's horrific.
Yeah, and Celia says, honestly, if she did this, then it is exactly the life she deserves, but it might be unpopular opinion, but despite her admitting it, I don't think she did this. Well, you're welcome to your opinion, honey. You're not going to get any. Listen, it's not like the only reason I take it off the table is because she did admit to it, and that's what I'm supposed to do. You know what I mean? I have my own opinion. I believe she did do it. I 100% believe she did do it, but that doesn't mean I'm right and you're wrong just because I believe it. I mean, who am I? I wasn't there. I wasn't there, and I absolutely do know that there are people that admit to doing things that they haven't done before for whatever reason. I think it has to do a lot with some kind of mental problem. But in this case, I do believe that that she did it, and here's why: because of the lawyer she has. I think if she didn't do it, and I'm sure he checked into it, you guys, because he's jam on it. I mean, he's deserving. And I think we're going back into
Yeah, take
court right
this
now.
off. Are you taking that off, Lee?
Yep.
Hang on.
Hey, Lolly.
Go off. Why won't that go off the screen? Oh, that's it. Thanks, Lee.
You're welcome.
I'll go quiet now.
So the jury hasn't even come in yet, you guys. So we know that is Patrick Clancy's mother and father. And next to him, with the guy with glasses, pushing his glasses up, is all right. Jury's coming in. Brian Inton. Let's see if we can see old Brian. Hold on. There's Bob Mata. Let's see. Where's Mr. Pretty Eyes? He's probably hiding in a corner somewhere. You guys might recognize him.
He said he was only going for a while, didn't he? Doesn't that look like Koberger in the middle there?
Koberger better not be there.
Return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Spray, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kirk Halvern.
All right. I think this is the last person who is supposed to testify, you guys. Let's hope. Let's hope. Let's get on verdict watch. Oh, he looks distinguished. Okay. All right. Now remember, this is a defense. I mean, this is a witness for the prosecution.
And she shall get to the court and the jury the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant. Give it to the whole truth and nothing but
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, I will check out.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run 2 clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir.
Sorry, guys, I don't know what happened here.
Attorneys, and the other is
trying to get it back.
The reentry project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980. And as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called PsyPact, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys, and I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I try to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to conduct the evaluation.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times. With adults and juveniles, the issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and have testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we are try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asks us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to potentially over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asks us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or leaned toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it, and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or a particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years. And I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Halbern's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026, and at that time spent 3 days with her along with Dr. Avram Mack. One of those days, which was video video recorded. We talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages, so I'm not going to run through the whole list with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone. Variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we're going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or there were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So, no, we wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have the PowerPoint. In terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school, and she got straight A's, basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with a child, and then after several months, she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable, and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving. And I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with a nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure, and that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them, And if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were 2 reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts. And she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those, and from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband, Patrick. And I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia and felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, racing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid October about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, so kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finished his answer.
When she's coming focus.
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2,
okay.
But I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th. And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it. Feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals having difficulties. And they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having a general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
yes.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in Women and Infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now before
Yes.
we go on to McLean.
Yes.
About Women and Infants. Were you able to review the Women and Infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the Women and Infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by Women and Infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes. She was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023. And what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide.
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days, and she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge, because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that, because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses, producing the insomnia and other things, was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
Excuse me just a moment. Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her third child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work, and he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was, she was into exercise. And she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works. It does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings. And one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression. And that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time, and depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also for a bipolar diagnosis need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much. One of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, to her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Tewksbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with making a diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar 2 and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her, whether she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags, and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
Okay. And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder, or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation. So mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person
Uh-oh, don't know what happened there. Let me pull it back up. Hold on. Give me just a second. We can back it up just a little bit, so. Sorry about that, y'all.
do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case, Ms. Clancy's capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior.
And to determine, is that something that those 3 elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation?
You guys want me to rewind
your
it?
Interview of the defendant and the psychological
Just a yes or
testing
no?
that
Do you want me to
did?
rewind just a few
It
minutes?
is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
Okay.
It is, yes.
Okay. And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
Hi, DVS. All right, guys, we'll just leave it, keep going. I think we've heard all this before, just in a different voice. I'm over it. Let's go. Closing arguments. Let's do it.
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also a review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing, reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
Could I have you pause there for a moment?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time to break.
It's a good time to break. All right. Why don't we do that? Thank you. All right. So members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Don't listen to anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Have a nice break, and we'll have you come back here about 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all right. All right, please. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chair, just like this.
I just want to hear if we hear anything else from the judge or open mics, because sometimes those open mics, they're interesting.
All right, Doc, you may step down. All right. Anything we need to address before 2 o'clock? All right. So we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
Excuse me, Your Honor, sir. Can we please come back at 2? That would be fabulous. It would just be fabulous if we were all on the right time. You know, because remember, we're humans too. We got stuff to do, girl, we got stuff to do too. So don't be dissing us for 2 hours here.
Welcome back to Court TV Live.
Let me turn
I'm
this
Julia
off.
Janae.
Hold on.
It's good to be with
Let
you
me
on this
remove
Monday
this.
afternoon as we are in.
No wonder you can't hear me. I wasn't even on. So, I've been in and out because the house alarm's going off all the time. It always happens, doesn't it, when your husband's away? So, anyway, I've done some soup now, so I'm sitting slurping my soup while I was listening to him. Did you get cut off in mid-sentence?
I think pretty much I think you did. I think you hold on. I'm still hearing this in my ear. Let me redo this real quick.
I've stopped it anyway, Lee. I've quietened it down.
I know, but I took it off the screen.
Oh, it's off. Should I put it back on and lower it?
Yeah,
Hang on.
Yeah, if you don't mind doing that.
Yeah, hang on.
Okay, so I'm back here. I can hear. Yeah, I think he did get stopped midsection through something.
Yeah, he
something
did,
happened there. They were over talking each other for sure, and then he was like, "Let's
I think that
stop
judge was fed up listening, to be honest, because he was
Yeah.
like a broken record. I was like, oh my God. Every answer was like forever, wasn't it?
Well, it's
But I
something that
thought, even though it was going on forever, I couldn't absorb what he was saying. It was just that, I'm talking nice, and then he was, oh, I don't know, Lee. Might be me.
No, I think one, it's nothing we haven't heard before besides a different diagnosis. Everybody's got their own diagnoses. And
Yeah,
so it's that, and then if they ramble, instead of just giving the yeses and the nos, and we don't need all of this shit. I mean, look, I love visual effects too, I really do, but
yeah,
this is too much. Like, I
yeah,
don't need to sit here in this. I mean, if she was getting this much, what do you call it, treatment and therapy when she was asking for it, we may not be here. But obviously, they're taking more time on the stand than they even took with her. So I'm
yeah.
gonna be the one to say it. Y'all are just done with listening to them. Something we haven't heard
I'm telling
before.
you, I know.
Over it.
Absolutely. I'm over it.
Seriously.
I'm really over it. Thank God these are the end ones, Lee, because as I've been like that watching this, oh my God, don't tell me we've got like weeks of listening to things like this.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't have coped. Hiya, Supermom. How are you, love? Good to see
Hi,
you there.
Supermom.
Oh,
We have
Flower's done as well.
we
Flower's
ha-
done.
Flowers
Everyone's
is
done.
here. Everybody's done. I know. Listen, we are on break for an hour, so they say.
Mhm.
We know how that goes down.
Yeah.
So they say, so if you've got to get up and stretch, do that. If you need to get yourself something to eat,
Oh,
do
you
that.
better,
If you're getting yourself something
GBT.
to drink, do that. If
Mm.
whatever you got to do, you do it. This is the last witness, I believe
Is
so,
it?
Charlotte.
Oh, I hope
Yes.
so.
And it will get turned over to
Can I have it
closing
in writing,
argument.
Lee? Oh.
No, I don't trust this. I don't trust what's happening at all in this jury, and I mean in this courtroom, other than I know that we're here and the jury's here. Nobody else is expected to be here on time. That's all I know. Okay.
Mm.
We also have an Emma Jones here. She is from the UK as well. Maggie, I already
Hiya there,
informed
mate.
her that you were from Liverpool. She's only about an hour from you, and
Oh
that you
my
were
God,
gonna
where is she?
love me. I mean, she was gonna love me more than you because you're mean, and I'm
Yeah,
not.
well, she will love you more because we love to hear the Americans talk. So she'll be
Oh,
sitting
fuck
there.
off, Maggie. That's exactly what I tell you. The Americans love
No,
you
I'm
more
telling
because
you now. Well, she's going to love you more if she's from the UK. She's not going to love me, is she?
I
Stupid
hope not.
brooch. Emma, can you, can you, can you sort this bit of a fight going on here between me and Leanie? Are
Listen,
you
this
going to love her more than you love me, Emma?
probably. Mm-hmm.
I love you, Maggie. Oh, Emma, you say that, but you love her more, don't you, Emma? Otherwise, I'm going to have a terrible life. She won't get shit to be made.
Oh my
I know you love
God.
me, Emma, and I love you already for saying you love me straight away. Do you know what I mean? But where are you from? And you do love Leanie, do you? You love to listen to Leanie talking more than you would me. Let's be
Don't try to
honest.
fix it now. You're already on my shit list. Don't try to fix it now. Dolores says,
Emma's just laughing.
I think he covered everything. That was the first 17 days.
Oh
They
my
should have
God.
just put him on first. That's exactly right.
Shrewsbury?
Exactly right. I hear expert and I shut down these days. The first couple ones, once we hear from the coroner, once we hear from lead detective, once we hear from the hospital who receives them and gives everybody, um, some health care and stuff like that, like all this other shit, I would have loved to hear more from what
Say
was
that, Lee. Say
what
that word, Emma. Say that word Emma's put there.
Shropshire. Shropshire. Shut up, Maggie.
I knew she was going to say that. Shropshire. Shrop. Like shop, but
Shropshire.
shop with an R in it. Go on, you love your R's, do it.
Shropshire.
Shropshire. Oh, Emma, get on here, R's. They get one for a week. I love them. They get one for a week, the Americans R's. Everything's R.
Look at what Misty said.
Misty, you bish. Don't worry, Emma. You'll soon realise they are both dumbasses. Dumbass.
Flower
Shropshire's very
says,
posh
I'm
to me.
convinced there is no such thing as an expert. I mean, the other guy that was on here right before this guy, clearly, I mean, I would have liked to have heard him talk about
He hasn't
children.
got a patient to his name now.
He clearly said that that's his expertise in all this is, and we know he'd let go of many, many, many of his licenses. And look, some people were defending him and saying that licenses are very expensive to hold. So, maybe he got rid of them because they were a little bit too expensive. I just think you have to wonder, did some of the states he was licensed in say, catch on to him and be like, "You don't know shit. Like, what are you doing here?" You know what I mean? I'm still mad at him. I'm always gonna be mad at him, I think. But I wrote something down when I was listening to this witness. And this is from experience, and I'm not gonna go through my experience because it's neither here nor there, and it's way in the past. But I was just wondering. So I really was listening to him, and it sounded like to me, so they talk about Lindsay first being recorded as taking medication, in nursing school, for her nerves, and she was nervous about getting up in front of people and having to give presentations and stuff like that. So she got on some meds to help her then. And then when she started having kids, she started having these worries that something was going to be wrong with them, or they're going to get sick, they're going to get hurt, they're going to die, nobody takes care of them. She didn't want to go on dates. Listen, I've been through every bit of that except for medical, any kind of nursing school. I got my diploma right here on the YouTube streets. I am a doctor on YouTube, okay?
Oh, yeah.
But I am speaking from personal
You sound
experience
like you're
right
from
now.
New York when you say doctor.
I am a doctor, all right?
You definitely sound like you're from New York.
Thanks, Mags. Just from shut the hell up, Max. Don't be putting my boo thing up there like shaking her eyes at me. You know she loves me. But anyways, it sounds like to me, and I'm only a doctor on YouTube, that she had generalized anxiety disorder. I don't want to explain it right now because I need something to drink. Obviously, my mouth is dry.
Go and
But
get yourself a coffee, girl.
you guys can look that up, or Maggie can look it up. It just sounds like she just was anxious over quite a few things. And then it escalated. And that's exactly what happened to
Yeah.
me. I've had anxiety and OCD since I was a kid. Now, back in those days, they didn't have names for everything, right? I just thought
No.
everybody felt and did the things that I did, right? Because I kept mine, like the OCD stuff and touching the wall, turning on and off the light, using
Did
the
you do
bathroom.
that partly? Oh, I've
Oh
seen
yeah,
that.
it
That
was.
must be.
Oh, it was
I used
terrible.
to cry for a girl called Alison, my brother's ex-girlfriend, and that's what she used to do. She'd walk back and touch it again. Something must be. You need to touch it again. And Lee, it was so sad. I thought just seeing her constantly having to touch things.
Yeah,
My arm broke for it, and I was only very young then. I must have been about 12, and I thought,
it was only the bedtime ritual. So there was a couple of OCD things, like, this is going to sound so silly, but
no,
giving myself rug burns on my knee. When I was a kid, we used, as kids, we all would sit on the floor to watch TV because we had a console TV that was sitting on the floor, right? So us kids would lay down and just watch TV while our parents were up on the couch or whatever. And I would have these overwhelming urge, like it would not go away until I rubbed my knees on the carpet to give myself a rug burn on both of my knees. So, but I didn't tell anybody because I didn't know that was abnormal. And then, like, when I go to bed, like, I always had to touch the wall, turn off the light. So I would go to bed, right? Light, everything is still on. I would get in the bed, cover up, then uncover up, go to the bathroom, use the bathroom. I had to go to the bathroom, touch the wall,
How old
turn off
was
the
you
light.
then?
I was young, Maggie. I was probably in kindergarten, first, second, third grade. Yeah, it was.
Really?
Yeah, I now know what it's from. I do now know what that. I think I know what it's from. And so, and then because when I moved away from when my parents got divorced and we moved away from my dad, all that stopped. Like, I
Can I
never
just
had to.
ask, did you think if you didn't do it, something bad would happen? Because I was having a
No,
conversation with someone else about that.
no, I never
No.
got past, I didn't do it right. 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 And so I don't
Yeah.
know how many times I would do the whole thing over, go over, turn back on the light, get
Oh,
back in
God.
bed, pull up the covers, put the covers down, get out of the bed, touch the wall,
And
go
didn't
to the
know,
bathroom.
say to you, what are you doing? Why do you keep
No,
doing that?
no. And do you know, I never had my own room. So my siblings watched me do this and nobody said anything to
But
me.
you know what? Do you think it could have been they didn't know any difference?
I
Because they
think
grew
maybe
up with
so.
you.
Maybe so.
It was
Now
just you.
my oldest sister, Dawn, um, she was always mothering, and she will tell you way back, she will tell me you way back then that she knew I had some kind of anxiety or something. And I
Oh,
remember she would always be the one I would go to if I started, like, my
yeah.
anxiety used to come out in when I was a kid, like, not through a panic attack, but through asthma. So I would
Mm.
just go into an asthma attack. Well, my mother realized that when I got upset
Very
that
much the
I
same now, though.
yeah, I would have an asthma attack. And so she caught on to that, but nobody was saying, well, it's because she's got anxiety. We got to figure out.
Yeah.
But I'm not kidding you. The minute my parents got divorced and we moved back to Texas and Alley, California, when I was 12, that's when all that stopped.
So
Then
it's
I got
very
married.
anxiety. Oh,
hmm Then I got married when I was young, and he was in the military like my dad. And so his brain was military brained. And the OCD turned into something else, like
oh,
the constant cleaning, the constant moving, the worry
oh.
about my kids, so this, so that. It was just nuts. So a lot of what I'm hearing her say is that she too thought she was normal when she was younger. And
Yeah.
then probably in nursing school, everybody was like, let's just, they're passing around stuff to keep you awake. What is that stuff for ADHD that people take? I forget
Oh,
what
I don't
that's
know.
called. And they do that for parties to stay up all night to keep drinking and partying. Anyways, I don't
Oh,
know what
what?
that stuff's called.
Uh, um,
It's for ADHD.
I don't
What is
know.
that
I've never
called?
heard of that, then, Lee. I've never heard
Yes,
of a drug they take for
you
ADHD that keeps you up all night.
yeah. What's
I
it?
thought that
I know
if they took a
somebody.
drug for ADHD, it'd calm you down, I imagine.
Somebody, no, it keeps you Adderall. Thank you so much. I knew they would know it. It's Adderall. It keeps you focused, but it also will keep you wide awake. And so I know people in
Well,
stressful
that's
situations in
whistle and I know about
colleges and
that.
stuff, they will take
Hang on.
Adderall.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm looking. It's all right. So, I thought that was starting, then it's not, obviously. It's just
No.
looking back on it.
So they will take Adderall, and then also they have figured out, if they take Adderall while they're partying, they can stay up later and party more. It's the whole thing. Anyways,
Supermom, she said she was addicted to, what was that drug she said she was addicted to? Like,
Adderall,
was it?
Binace. Yeah.
Well,
Adderall.
yeah,
There's
she
a lot
said
of
she
people
was
addicted to
addicted to
it.
that. Is it, how long do you have to be on
Mhm.
that to be addicted, you know?
I
And
think
is
it's
that given
I just
for
think I don't
bipolar?
know. I don't
Is
know.
it given for bipolar people, is it? I haven't got a clue about these names. You see, we've obviously got them, Leanie, but they'll be called
There'll be
something
different names. Yeah.
different. Yeah, I mean, we've got Prozac. I think you call Prozac as well, don't you?
Yeah.
They
So
good to see you, Leanie. TLC is me. TLC is me. Oh God, hello. You know, see someone come in and just said Leanie and never said Maggie. And I feel
well,
dead
because
like house.
you weren't here when she came in. She said she's been watching every day while working. We appreciate
She's
that,
so new for
TLC.
me.
Nobody cares, Maggie. Calm it
And
down.
it is.
Anyways, I wanted to ask Chat. I didn't mean to go into all of my dumb shit. I wanted to ask
I think
Chat,
it's interesting. You should.
can you see back to, like, if you have any kind of disorder like that, can you see back to, like, where it started, and did it start out as generalized anxiety disorder, and because there wasn't any help, like when I was a kid, for that, and I thought everybody was like me, right? That it just escalated over time until you either had a nervous breakdown, or you became psycho, or whatever happened, and then you
Yeah.
you got
I mean, there
diagnosed
was
with
no
something.
talk of ADHD. No one knew what it meant, or
Mm,
autistic, or we didn't have a clue. This all was all new to us,
nope.
you know. So all these people who were older now, my age, have all suffered for years and didn't know they had a disorder. You know, it's sad, isn't it?
Yes. Misty says a lot of these conditions are brought on through trauma, and that's true. I know exactly where mine came from.
Yeah,
And listen, I still have OCD. It's just something's always going to be
yeah.
with me, but not nearly
You
as
don't
bad as
touch
I
the,
used.
the lights are not on, do you, Lee?
No, that
It's not
all
good.
stopped, like, having to put rug burns on my knees every day, the
Aw.
minute I touch the carpet. And,
Well, everyone noticed that. Wow.
and then, uh and then the light bulb, I mean, the minute we left California, I'm not lying to you, I never, ever, ever, to this
Oh
day,
my
have I
God.
ever touched a light, touched a wall, given myself rug burns, done anything weird like that. Now,
Great.
I do have pica, so I do crave stuff like dirt sometimes and weird stuff, but that's a whole different
Yeah.
thing. That's not a mental thing. That's really something that is a disorder, but it's a
Hmm.
lack of nutrients, iron, and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
the OCD, when I got married, turned into cleaning, constantly cleaning.
Oh.
Like, and you guys know that. It still seems like to you guys that hang out with me all the time know that I'm
Yeah,
like,
she
I
does
gotta do the
over
floor. I
clean. I'm
gotta
when
do
I'm
the
on
floor.
the video with her.
And but I promise I am nowhere. I mean, I almost feel healed. I feel like the way that I clean now is so normal. That, like, if nobody else is cleaning like me, like, you're
Do
abnormal.
you know, if I
That's
had
the way it
that,
feels
I'd
like to me.
be a cleaner. I'd be a cleaner if I had that. That's what my job would be. I'd put it to good
No,
use. Why?
no, I don't I think it would have been a lot. This is one thing that I think Lindsay Clancy went through too, and I said it way back early on in the trial that my heart breaks because, listen, we know raising kids is a stressful thing. All
Oh,
of us have more stressful moments than others, and we have different triggers than others, but all of us as parents can tell you that there were some stressful times. And sometimes the best thing for that is to walk away. Like, so go to work, right? Go to work, and then you go do
yeah,
that, and then you get sick of work, so you're able to come home and chill at home, right? So it's two different environments. You're there at different times of day, so you're able to
yeah,
walk away from it. Lindsay didn't get to walk away from that. If she
no,
went to work, she was with kids. If she came
yeah,
home, she was with kids.
yeah.
So I
Um,
cannot that would be like for me, like the cleaning stuff, and sometimes when it gets
when did
out
it
of
get better to the stage you are now, Lee?
when I got on different medicines, I have to switch. So, like, just because that's the medicine I started on, when I start feeling things getting out of control,
Have you ever
then
had suicidal thoughts, if you don't mind me asking, just because of this case? Or you can't talk about it, in fact, don't.
no, no, but mine was due with thyroid. Yeah, I did, but mine
So
was
you did, but it was a
yeah,
thyroid problem.
yeah,
And
so
did you blood works on your face? Sorry, I'm not interrupting you, Lee. I just want to know before you answer that. Did you get blood works, and that's how you found out that it was a thyroid problem?
So and I always tell people this, especially women, because thyroid problems run with women more so than with men, but men
Yeah,
do get it. And when they do a regular panel of blood, say you go see your doctor and they're checking a CBC and they're checking for this, and unless they have a reason to check for thyroid, they're not going to check for thyroid. It's just one of those things that aren't going to be checked. So yeah, I was having blood work done. The freaking doctor was, now mind you, I was in the military and I didn't have the doctor I have now. So you just got whatever doctor
yeah,
walked in the room with you. So this doctor was sending me to a psych and saying, this is all psychology. You need to go talk to them. The psychologist was like, nope, this is all medical. You need to go back to your, they just, but nobody wanted to deal with me. I was that terrible. I was
oh,
terrible. You guys, I was terrible. And so,
oh,
I mean, I was a nutcase, seriously a nutcase. And then,
God, how did you cope and having the babies as well?
I'm telling you, it's only God. And then one day I went back to the doctor. I was at the doctor's like at least 3 times a week trying to get help, just like Lindsay.
Just
Dr.
like it, yeah.
Google. I went crazy. I went and talked to my mom. I talked to older women and they were like, I think you're going through the change. I'm like, I'm in my 30s. I'm like 31. And they're like, well, you could go change that. They're like, you just sound like you're going through the change. And so they're like, this sounds totally hormonal. Well, nobody talked about the thyroid back then, right? So I had another doctor's appointment. I was losing my freaking mind, and they had me on all these medications that weren't helping. And I went in and I saw this one doctor, and he was like, he had my chart in front of him, and he was looking through it, and he looked up at me and he said, I'm going to ask you 10 questions. He said, it's either yes or no. That's it. And he reached behind him and he put a book on the table, like a medical book. And there were 10 questions he asked me, like, are you hot or cold most of the time? Cold. Do you have trouble losing weight even when you try it? Yes. Does your hair fall out in clumps? Absolutely.
Oh my
Things like
God.
that. I had 9 yeses and 1 no. And I don't even remember what the 1 no was. He shut the book and he said, honey, he said, you've got hypothyroidism. I'm telling you right now. And I was like, what? What's that? And he said, well, I'm going to go ahead and do blood work. He said, but today I'm putting you on thyroid medication. He said, I'm going out of town. He said, I'm going out of town tomorrow. He said he was going somewhere. His son was getting married. And he said, but I'm going to put a note on this that they are to call my personal cell when they get, if they end up getting the results by the time before I come back, because I want to up the medication. If in fact it does. And he said, I'm telling you right now, you have hypothyroidism. That's what's wrong with you. He said, if you stick with me, I'm going to help you. And that was the first thing anybody said to me. They were just like, you got to figure out what's so wrong in your life. I was like, I thought I was handling life pretty damn good. I mean, it's not great, but I thought I'm dealing. And he called me from his son's reception because he put a rush on that. He's the only person that ever checked my thyroid. My thyroid was out of control. And he said,
Flower said, well, what? Oh no, I thought she was asking you a question. Sorry, Lee. I've forgotten what thyroid was. I thought she said what was thyroid.
Everything. It puts off 3. You need to look into it. It puts off 3 different. I'll let Maggie go ahead and read it because I need to get a ciggy. So Maggie, if you can read it, listen. I'm telling you guys, if sometimes you just think that you've got this kind of hormone imbalance, your thyroid puts off 3 of them. 3. And it controls your body temperature, and it controls your metabolism. It controls your metabolism. It controls almost everything in your body, and it will kill you if you do not get help for it. Go ahead, Maggie. I'll let you read the symptoms for it. I'm going to smoke.
Let me get it up then, and I'll get some symptoms. Hang on. Just got my phone now. So my laptop died before, guys. I was listening in the headphones while I was doing my dinner. And the next thing, it just went off. I thought, so what's going on? Because the alarm had been going off on the house. So I come in and the laptop was dead. I thought, shit, I hope that doesn't move. Not the live's gone off because I started it. But no, Lenny was there, so it was made up. So hold on. So I think I've got this now. I think because all them symptoms she's just said then. Thyroid, but isn't it underactive and overactive? So let's see. I don't even know how you spell it. Thyroid symptoms. Okay. So, thyroid symptoms depend on whether your gland makes too few hormones, which is hyperthyroidism, or too many hyperthyroidism. Underactive signs include tiredness, weight gain, cold sensitivity, while overactive signs include weight loss, fast heartbeat, and anxiety. Both can cause neck swelling. There you go. So that's for an over one, I think. Underactive thyroid, constant tiredness, I've got that. Low energy, I've got that. Weight gain, I'm all right with that at the moment. feeling cold. I get cold and everyone says it's roasting, so yeah, but then I burn up, I feel my body as if it's going to go on fire. Dry skin, yeah, thinning hair, yeah, constipation and slow digestion. Oh, I've got it all. Told you, didn't I, when the peel was lodged?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Keep
low
going.
mood or feeling sad. Oh my God. Overactive, unexplained weight loss.
Mm-hmm.
Despite eating more. I've never had that in my life, I'll be honest. Fast heartbeat or pounding chest, I've had that. Feeling nervous, yeah. Anxious or angry, most of my life, yeah. Feeling very hot, yeah, and sweating a lot. Shaky hands or muscle tremors. No, I don't think so. Trouble sleeping at night, yeah. If you suspect a thyroid issue, you can check guidance from an NHS underactive thyroid info or consult a doctor for a simple blood test. There you go. Let's all go for a blood test.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what I want to,
I've
can
got
you hear me,
proper tin
Maggie?
and hair. Yeah, I can hear you, love.
So what I want to say is when you're going to a doctor and you're having like, even if they tell you, even if you're going in for like a checkup or a physical or whatever, thyroid, your TSH, your T3 and your T4 are not, they're not in the normal blood panel. You have to actually tell the doctor of these symptoms, or you have to say, can we just check my thyroid while you're at it just to see
Yeah,
where I'm at? Because the minute, so I literally went nuts, literally. And it didn't help that I had all the anxiety and OCD prior to that, but like I went into craziness. I got to where I couldn't leave my house because I thought I was gonna just die. It was terrible.
um,
And then, so he called me from his son's reception. They had already given him the results. My thyroid was out of control. He said, I told you I'm going to find out what's wrong with it. It is your thyroid. He said, I called in a prescription, go pick it up. You're going to start taking
um,
more thyroid. And it took about 3 months. You guys, I was a different person. Now, did I still have anxiety? And I was having no less than 3, 4, 5 panic attacks a day because of it.
oh, God.
And I was on all that medicine. I was on
And how
every bit
long
of
did it take you, that medicine, to get into you
this.
before it started helping?
Well, I could note, I started noticing every day after about a week that I started, something was changing. Like
Oh,
I
that's good.
wasn't as sad. I wasn't as anxious because both of them cause you to be anxious. Both of them cause a
Yeah,
lot of depression. One causes you to be hot all the time. One causes you to be cold all the time. It's whether
yeah,
you have hypothyroidism means that you have low, hyper means that you have high. You're putting too
yeah.
much of the hormone out. And usually that requires taking the thyroid out completely. And then you go on
Where is it
Synthroid.
in your throat?
Yes, you can feel your throat actually where the hole is, where your trachea is in
Yeah,
your throat. If you feel on both sides of it, the thyroid looks like a butterfly. So both of its wings would be on both sides of your of right near right above
oh,
where that
God, I'm
hole
gonna feel
is.
like I'm choking
The
myself.
you don't have to push that hard. If you're
Yeah.
pushing that hard, yeah.
So what
So
am I feeling for?
your thyroid. So if you feel where
Mhm.
the hole is, the trachea in in your neck, right?
Yeah,
Just put both fingers out. I'm sure the doctors feel it right there every time you go in. Both fingers on both sides of that hole that's in your neck right there. You're feeling your thyroid because it looks like a butterfly. It has a gland on one side and a gland on the other. And then usually a lot of times people will get goiters where it looks like they've got a large knot right there around their trachea or right above it. And
I
what's
don't know.
weird is it's very, very, hereditary. So and then usually people who have got some kind of because thyroid problems is an autoimmune disease. It's your body attacking itself because he thinks
Mm,
there's a foreign object in it. That's what diabetes is. That's what, lupus is. That's what, arthritis is. All this stuff runs together in the autoimmune section. So
mm.
if you've got one of them, you are at higher risk to getting another one. So after about a month, I mean, I felt like I didn't have to go to the doctor all the time now because I trusted this man enough, and I started feeling well enough that I knew what he was talking about. Plus, I was like doing every bit of research on the thyroid I could find. So I called my sister and my mom and she called my other sister, and I even called my brother, and I said, "Looky here," because they all knew I was sick. Everybody knew I was sick, and they just
And
said
that
I
run
was
in
sick.
the family, Lee?
Yes. So everybody got I begged him, I said, "Before you get as sick as I get, please go have your thyroid checked. Do you know that both of my sisters have hypothyroidism? My mother had
Oh.
hypothyroidism, and,
And they only
both
found out when you said cow?
and both of my daughters now have hypothyroidism. And
Wow.
my one of my sister's daughters, she's the only one out of all of us that had hyper. And she was like, Aunt Leanie, put your hand up on my heart." It was always beating like she was running a
Oh.
marathon. She had terrible headaches, so they ended up removing her thyroid. Yeah.
Oh.
So,
That a big one?
Lunch
Or was it
Lady
simple?
will tell you she had her thyroid taken out as well. So if you are hyper where it's overactive, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get your thyroid removed, or if you
So,
have very
Lee, wouldn't that be easier to do for everyone rather than Medicate if it's a simple operation and they don't need it?
No, because taking your thyroid out can cause some problems. If you're not
Like
on the
what?
right amount of if you're not well, the same thing. If you're not on the right amount of medication, then you're always gonna have the symptoms of hypo. That's why remember I didn't take mine for 3 weeks, and I was like,
Yeah.
"You guys, I keep
It
crashing."
was near dead
That's
all
what's
the time, yeah.
Yeah, and then so I can always tell when my thyroid's off because I'll be more tired than usual because 'cause y'all know I run off of, like, 4 hours
Yeah,
sleep here, 4 hours sleep there, I'm good.
yeah,
But when I'm just like, "No, I gotta go to bed now," and I'm crashing, then I know my thyroid's off. So,
yeah.
I don't understand, not just mental health. I think thyroid should be a part of mental health. I think women's health, anything that
Yeah,
puts out hormones should be a part of mental health. I think before they prescribe you thing
100%.
one thing, they should do every hormonal test in the body, and men have hormones too, and it comes out of their,
Yeah,
um prostate. So, before anything is prescribed, I mean, maybe get something to chill you out because believe me, I needed something to chill me out, but nothing was working because my thyroid was so fucked. And
wow.
yeah, so that's the first thing I tell anybody when they're like, I just feel anxious all the time. I'm like, go get your thyroid checked. Oh, I've had blood work. Go get your thyroid checked 'cause I guarantee you they didn't. And even if it
Yeah,
comes back negative, okay, then you've ruled out
I
one
just
thing.
checked if it was it out, yeah, Lacey says, "I can't afford insurance, so I don't take anything for it. Now dealing with sudden onset of a lactose intolerance, I'm cutting gluten because a lot of people in my family have celiac disease. Oh,
Mm.
I know someone that had that and the stuff they had to eat, oh, it was terrible. I
Wait a
had
minute,
to take,
did Lacey just say she's not taking thyroid pills because she
yeah,
can't afford it?
she can't afford it.
Okay, first, I will tell
Oh,
you this, you will go crazy and it could kill you. If you don't have thyroid if you don't have the hormones that it puts off in your body, eventually you will die, but before you die, you'll go
oh
crazy.
God. Oh,
I'm just being
Lucy,
honest
get
with
it?
you. Also, I just want you to know, if you go to you don't have to have insurance. If you go to your, wherever your town, health department is, get your blood work done there. At Walmart, you would pay like anywhere from $2 to $10 max for a month's supply of thyroid, pills.
Oh,
My
God.
second oldest sister who passed away, she used to tell me all the time, because I could tell by looking at her, her eyes would pop out. She'd have these big old bug eyes and stuff. I'm like, "You're not on your thyroid medicine." I could see it. I could see her hair was real thin. And she's like, "I don't have the money for it." And she's like, "I don't have insurance." Used to piss me off because, of course, I'd give her thyroid pills because I've always had insurance, so it cost me more. But I would give her thyroid pills, but what was happening was she was an alcoholic and she was a
Oh,
user. So, because of that, she never remembered to take the thyroid pill, she didn't care, she was either high or drunk all the time, so she wasn't feeling what I'm seeing, you know what I mean? Um,
yeah.
And yeah, it's bad news. It really is. You really got to look that crap up. But
Oh,
thyroid medicine is one of the cheapest medicines out there. It's cheaper than Tylenol. You don't have to have insurance. It's cheaper than Tylenol. That's why I think on every blood panel that they do, even on men, they should check the thyroid. You know what I find is funny? I'm so terrible, you guys. I'm a terrible, terrible person. But, you know, when I had that wig out and stuff, and I tell you guys that caretakers, you know, their burnout is very real. I did put my ex through a lot of birth fear, and then he didn't understand the thyroid, and this was before I got diagnosed with hypo. He just started calling me crazy. You know what I mean? Because his mother was a schizophrenia. And so he's like, "You're just crazy. You're just fucking crazy. I'm going back to work, blah, blah, blah. If you have any problems, call the ambulance." It was terrible, you guys. It was terrible. But anyways, all the shit that I heard, guess who's got thyroid disease now?
oh, you really?
Hmm.
Wow. Oh, well.
And so he had come
That's
back
our
from overseas to one of our grandson's birthday parties. He happened to be in the States, and I was sitting there signing the book, and he was sitting across the table from me. He's like, "Can you fucking believe I've got hypothyroidism?" I was like,
I can't believe he's even
"Oh,"
talking to
I,
you.
I was like, "Did you fucking go crazy too?" Because now I'm not scared of him anymore, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, "Did you fucking go crazy too?" And he just looked at me and started laughing. That was his prime opportunity to apologize to me. Fucker didn't. It's all right. I was like, "You deserve it. You deserve it."
Lacey says, I have OCD, but I'm too exhausted with 5 kids to keep up with it. I've definitely toned it down a lot when it comes to OCD, just so I don't lose my mind. I smoke cigarettes, that helps, lol. Oh, God bless you, Lacey.
Mm.
God bless you, girl. So Flower says, I don't take anything for it.
Wow. What are your
Why is
levels?
that? Why is that, Flower? Why don't you take anything? Lacey said, since I completely cut dairy and gluten, I'm doing a lot better. It's really hard diet, especially if you're on a budget and you cook to feed 6 other people, I can imagine.
Wow.
Gemma said, I've always had a Sheldon brain, severe insomnia my entire childhood. I'm a ceasefire baby, so I know a lot of my mental health issues comes from that. I'm a ceasefire baby. What's that? I know what ceasefire means, but I don't. What's that mean, Lee?
I don't know. I'm waiting on her answer too.
Sharon says, I lost most of my OCD when my hubby sold the house. Bought a small bus and travelled Australia. Oh wow.
That sounds
Stayed at
lovely.
Jessie's, yeah. Stayed at Jessie's boat ramps and occasional caravan park to do the laundry. That sounds amazing. Me and Leanie are gonna do that.
Mm-hmm. That's our
Oh
dream. That's our dream.
yeah. Sharon said it's very difficult to keep mud, sand and dirt away. It is. Misty, yeah, I've had to have a specific blood test and it detected an issue with mine too. There you go, just shows you. Sharon, my thyroid issue is because of diabetes. You're right, see it's
Mm-hmm.
all connected, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's all
My
connected.
mum has got it.
Mm-hmm.
And she said I had to fight for over 20 years to get a goiter removed from my neck. My blood work always came back fine, but I was a
Mm-hmm.
severe mess. Wow.
So a goiter would be when your thyroid swells up and you get a lump
Yeah,
in your throat. And it's
yeah.
funny looking back at
I've
my
seen that. It's like a big round swelling, isn't it?
It's weird because after my niece got her thyroid taken out, she had a goiter too. It's not like one day you wake up and boom, there's a big old knot in your throat, right? It's a gradual thing that happens. And because I was used to seeing her and everybody else was, we didn't notice her goiter. And
Yeah.
so when she got her goiter taken out, it's like, what the hell happened to your neck? You got all this skinny neck. And then you look at pictures now of her, like back when her goiter got real big. You could just, I don't know how none of us saw it, but we were all dealing with hypo. She was the only one hyper. So
Yeah.
sometimes, I mean, your levels could change in like a couple of days. So it's like diabetes. So That's why you need regular, like I go in every 3 months and so excited. And that's probably why I'm so funky about blood work. Cause y'all know when I go see Dr. Beck, I'm like, Beck, let's go, give me some blood work. And then I look at the little sheet. I was like, check that one too. He's like, you don't even know what that is. I was like, I don't even know what it is. It's available. Check it. I pay for my work, not you. Check it.
Check it. You must be like that when he sees your name or
He's
where
so
she
sick of
comes.
me. I'm telling you, he's so
Where
sick of
she
me.
comes.
I make
So
him check
Flower says
everything.
she didn't take it, and I asked why, and she said, I just don't think it's necessary. Oh, yeah, there's one for you, Lee.
I'm not gonna touch that. I know people do believe in adding my husband to it. They do believe in natural remedies and things like that. And maybe there are natural remedies. Believe me, I tried it all. And I
Yeah.
just I think it depends on where your levels are. I'm on the highest dose of thyroid pills that I could be on. My sister's on the highest dose plus 25. So
Oh,
imagine that. And so I think it's also because it's like your heart, if you detect a heart problem and you start taking, I don't know if it's even comparable because your heart doesn't give off hormones. Your hormones are your hormones, and they're either fucked or they're not. But you could have, like Lunch Lady said, for 20 years, they were saying, no, your numbers are fine. Because they do
yeah,
have a national number in those little books that they've been talking about in the Lindsay Clancy case, that
yeah,
your thyroid's supposed to be between 0 and this number right here. And if it's not, then you're absolutely fine if it's between those numbers. That's not
yeah,
always true. That's just the national thing. You know what I mean?
yeah,
That they go off of, and that's when they treat you. But
yeah,
your body may need more hormone to work off of, or need less to work off of, and you're feeling shitty. And I think they're just over the last probably 10 years starting to figure out, I can see where they're going to change that up. And the other thing is, they'll say, okay, we'll run a THS, which is a thyroid THS, thyroid stimulating hormone. That's fine. That could be just fine, right? You could be within the limits of your THS. But then if they haven't checked your T3 and your T4, which are two different hormones by themselves up there, if one of those are
mhm,
screwed up, you're screwed. You're still doing damage to your thyroid. Your body's not getting enough hormone in it. You're still going to be fucked up, just depending on how off those things are. So you'll see if you look at a blood thing. I'm always looking at everything my doctor does. I'm like, what are you writing? What's happening here? Let me see. Anyways, you can see where it talks about the thyroid, and it'll say THS, T3, and T4. And if they only marked that THS, they are not checking your T3 and T4. You just have to tell them, no, I want everything done on my thyroid.
yeah,
Why? I don't know. Why that has to be done, I don't know. Because even things that I point to that I want him to check, I don't know what the hell they're for. I'm just like, check it. I've never seen that. Let's just check that. And he's like, you don't need this checked. There's something wrong with you. I was like, I'm telling you right now, I need it checked. And I'm the one paying this bill, so I don't want you to worry about it. Just check it. And so he's like, oh my God, just to shut me up. You know what I mean? One time he told me he needed more blood. I was like, let's go. Get another vial. Shit. I'm not
Misty
scared of
said her
needles.
mum got one, and it's very swelled, but they won't remove it.
Mm.
And Lacey said it hurts so bad when it swells, and it never showed up on a blood work. It does hurt so bad and makes you choke.
It does.
Lisa says, I also believe she was misdiagnosed and severely over-medicated, meaning Lindsay. Yeah, I agree with you, Curtis. Yeah, I agree. Go on, Lee.
No, go ahead. I'm listening to you guys. Just go ahead and do chat. I'm listening to him.
Okay.
It's interesting.
Lunch, she said, I had to go to an ENT doctor, and ask him to remove mine. Bypass the endocrinologist. She wasn't helping me. What is it?
Endocrinologists, yeah. They deal with diabetes. And they deal with different
Okay.
autoimmune diseases.
Okay. Misty says, I think when her mum can't get hers removed, I think it's because of her age. She's 85, but she
Mm,
used to lay down and feel like she was choking. Oh,
mm,
Lacey's just said that. Lunchy said, you could see mine when I was a little girl in pictures, big bulge in my neck.
mhm.
Casey says, too many providers not working together.
That's
That's
right.
it.
That's
No
right there.
communication. Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
that right there sums this whole case up right here, because even we've seen it on the stand. Every one of these providers that have been on the stand, whether they have seen Lindsay prior to this or after this, because they are doing an investigation. And I'm sorry, sir, but it is an investigation. After these kids are dead, that's what you're being in there sent for, to investigate. I heard Miss Bo head over there trying to say, you're not an investigator, are you? Well, what the hell is he? If he's investigating what these people did and giving you his medical professional opinion. So yes, that sums it all up right there. Everybody was diagnosing her something different
Lacey says,
and
when
not
my
communicating.
thyroid still swelled up 20 years ago in Arizona, I had Medicare and the doctor mentioned radiation
Hmm.
treatment. I never went back.
Yeah, so a lot of times they will offer radiation treatment. They offered that to my niece as well. She was offered radiation treatment, or she could have gotten her thyroid taken out. But they told her the chances of her ever getting pregnant um, on from having the radiation was almost zero. The chance of her being able to carry a baby to term with hypothyroidism, because I mean, I'd be surprised to find out some statistics on women who had so many miscarriages because of their thyroid. It happens all the time, all the time. And so she ended up getting pregnant, but she had a set of twins and that was it. But that's why she chose to have it removed instead of the radiation. Yeah. They should have offered to remove it.
Yeah, definitely. So Casey says, are we talking about ourselves or, Lindsay? We're talking about both. It's like how sad it is what she's going through, if it's because some of these ladies have experienced it. Casey, I'm taking it you're a man. Am I right? It's just the name Casey. So is Casey a man for you, Lee? Because I've
Curtis
heard
is a
you
man.
call him
Yeah.
a man. What
Yeah, I
a
would call him. Yeah.
woman's, and it's a man for us. So that's why I'm just asking. Yeah, we're talking about both.
It is both, because I mean, first of all, Lindsay, they were talking about her thyroid too as well. We do know that her thyroid was crushed
Yeah.
during the fall or during the cut that she did on her. And the reason why it's been brought up for Lindsay in court is because none of those doctors did any kind of metabolic testing on her before throwing all these pills. That's a
Yeah.
crime. That is a crime. Who in their right mind is gonna prescribe these big
I wonder
name pills
if
that
now
are
regular like you.
do what?
I wonder if she's getting them now regular. Like you say, you get them every 3 months. I wonder if she's now getting them where she is.
Listen, if she's got if they because they haven't come out and said whether she did have some kind of thyroid issue, right? Or
Yeah.
if they ended up taking it out or whatever. I don't know. So we don't know that. If she's got thyroid issues or if it was taken out, yes, she would be on medication, and yes, she would be getting regular workups with it, blood workups. It would just be a part of her
Mm,
blood work now. If not, if she was fine, I don't see them doing it. But the whole reason why it was brought up in court by her attorney is the fact that none of these medical professionals that were throwing pills at her did anything to see
mm,
if her hormones were off. She had just had a baby. And so obviously hormones are off there, but she didn't check the thyroid either. And
no.
so I have a real problem with medical professionals. Look, I don't have a problem with taking medication at all, with people taking medication, with me taking medication, okay? Um, I believe God put doctors on this earth to help us as well. So I don't, but I'm telling you what, before you try to put me on anything, you need to show me some blood work. Don't and tell me why. What is that medication going to do? I'm gonna look it up now. My doctor and I've been
They
together.
don't explain a lot of it to you. They just give you it and say,
They
try
just
that.
give
That's
you
a
it.
bit low.
Yeah.
And you're like, what's low and what's it mean and what does it do and what will.
Hmm.
They don't explain. I've had a couple of doctors that have been brilliant, only a couple.
Yep. In fact, whenever that doctor found out that I did have thyroid problems, you guys, he's the one that took me off all that psycho medicines they had me on. He said, you don't need this. You don't need that. He started weaning me off of that stuff. He said, because once they get your thyroid better, he said, you probably will be on an antidepressant and you probably will be on some anxiety medicine. You had that before we ever knew about the thyroid. He said, I think you've had it since a child, because I told him everything, like what, because he went back into he was the only
Children
one.
get it?
Yeah,
The children get it? Oh, right.
people are,
Okay.
yeah, they're just like there. Some kids are born without being a diabetic.
Yeah.
Some are born without a thyroid, and some are born with hypo or hyper. Yeah. Not that
Okay.
he didn't think that my thyroid was messed up until I started having kids. But he said, I definitely had OCD as a child, which was anxiety and depression. And then he's the first person that ever talked to me about my marriage. And he's like, so we need to do something about that. So you need to see a counselor or something on that. He didn't, but he knew. I mean, because I've always been straight up honest with doctors. Always. Always.
Sharon says there was no blood test.
There was no
Well,
blood test.
for what, love? For what, Sharon? For thyroid? Is that what I take it you mean that because that's what we're talking about? But let us know. Lunch, she said, that is awful. They don't test her blood. Who doesn't test yours blood? They don't test Lindsay's blood. They
Yeah.
didn't.
So, no. So
I
a
think
lot of
that woman
times,
have a hard time getting proper treatment. They had me on all that same junk before I got my thyroid removed. All I know is it wasn't crazy. I wasn't crazy. I just
Mhm.
had a demon in my neck. So I had to advocate for myself. Oh, for Lindsay. There was no blood test for Lindsay. No one ever
no.
did one on it. None. Just kept giving her different tablets all the time. Just shut it up, basically.
And none of those tablets were going to
Just get
work.
away. Yeah.
None of those, they were not going to work until somebody, if this was indeed partly due to a thyroid problem, none of those were going to work because I was on all of them. Lunchy will tell you she was on all of them, and we were still so sick and so psychotic. And I don't think I was psychotic, but I call myself psychotic because I was so messed up. I seriously was so messed up. And so none of that was gonna help. It just wasn't. Now, would they give you enough to knock your ass out and put you to sleep? Yeah, maybe, but no, it wasn't gonna help. It was
You've just got to make a
imagine
call. I'll be as quick as I can.
okay, that's fine.
Okay,
Imagine
love.
I always feel sorry, and I'm a big advocate for the thyroid. I should join the thyroid people. But, I'm a big advocate because I know how much damage it can do to a person and especially to their psyche. Um, I always feel sorry for if you guys remember back in the days of the insane asylums, like the scary ones, that have been shut down. I imagine mostly all of those women that were put in there, um, did they have a thyroid problem? Because remember, I mean, they were just back in the day, they would just call us crazy. My ex-husband called me crazy. I was crazy. So, um, I mean, because neither one of us had ever heard of the thyroid. None of us had ever heard of it. So, I just got called crazy. I was driving my husband crazy. And so I was crazy like his mother, who was schizophrenic. And that's what he thought I was turning into. So, I think back to the insane asylums and I wonder about a lot of those women, and were they really insane or were they really hormonal? You know what I mean? And they just couldn't help it, because I couldn't help it. Once your hormones are screwed up, then you become insane. You just do. I had a friend tell me his mom acted that way, and it was her thyroid, and that's what got me fighting for myself. My whole life changed when I got that removed and with proper meds. Right. And I mean, and I have been on. I'm still on anxiety and antidepressants. You know, I'm still on that. But whenever if my OCD starts getting worse, or if I'm going through some kind of crisis, that I know I'm going to struggle with even harder, then I will go talk to my doctor and be like, look, well, my doctor is my family's doctor. Well, at least us girls is. So he knows. He would know before I would know that I'm fixing to be in a crisis. So he probably would call me and tell me to come see him. Because as most of you know, I have a daughter who is very ill, you know, and he is her medical doctor as well, but she's got many others. But you know, he knows whenever I'm fixing to walk through something that is very scary, and so I'll just go to him and be like, "What do I do?" And he's like, "Let's up it for a little while until we can get past this, and then we'll start bringing it back down." And then there's been many times about 3 or 4 times, I guess, since I've been diagnosed, that I've gone to my doctor and said, "All right, I wanna try to get off all this medication and see if I can just handle my stress, handle my anxiety and my depression." Y'all, the longest I've ever been in one single time that I did that was a year, and then after that year, is when my daughter became really, really sick, and I've never even tried to get off since then because I just know. I just know. Hi, Wild Angel. Good to see you. My mom was diagnosed with hyperthyroid at 27, never took a single med for it, and most of y'all know how that turned out, right? Oh, Lunchy. It makes me sad because she suffered, and because she suffered, you guys suffered. I'm on the right shoebox size of meds, luckily enough to find the right docs. Yeah, I feel really blessed with my doctor too. Really, really do. Really do. I just finally getting in here. Where's the trial out so far today? I'm also curious if they have talked much about the Seroquel found in her system. Give me a second, I got a cough. Sorry, I try not to cough in y'all's ear because it's so disturbing. Yeah, welcome, Mom Zillanova. They talked about the Seroquel back when the medical doctors were on, and then also so the state has already rested the defense has already rested, and now the state is bringing up their, I forget what you call it. It's not cross-examination. It's where they get to bring up their big people, I guess, which are not that big. If you ask me, they're idiots. And then after that, so I'm thinking this afternoon, you guys, we rebuttal witnesses. Yes, thank you. So I think we're on the last rebuttal witness right now that I don't know if, hold on, I'm watching this real quick. I don't know.
Will he get cross-examined by Red?
I think he will get cross-examined by Red, and then it'll be over.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they won't bring another witness on, or
I
you're
think
talking about the other witness?
I think this is the last one.
Oh, two,
And
yeah.
then Red will get it, and I think the Bow team is gonna get one more shot at it. And
They're
then
dressed like each other, them two, aren't they? I
no,
only noticed
I
that
think they're
today.
twins.
I really only noticed that today. I thought, hold on a minute, they got the same clothes on.
They're twins. They're the Bow crew.
Mom Zillanova said, welcome in, by the way. I've only just seen your name, so thanks for coming in. My stepdad was on Seroquel for exactly 1 month before he took his own life. Oh my God. I think it's such an overlooked part of Lindsay's story. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That must be awful.
I'm so sorry.
So
That is
sorry.
terrible.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for coming in, Mumsilla. You're welcome here anytime. And you know what?
Absolutely.
I think these have all them drugs have played a big part in what's going on here. It's just horrific all round, isn't it? Eh? All round, everything. She's lost absolutely everything, including herself, which was the first thing she lost was herself, wasn't it? How sad is that? Oh.
Lindsay says that's exactly right. So y'all get your thyroids checked and take the medicine if you need it. It could change your life and your families as well. Could prevent you from literally being crazy. Literally. Seriously.
Yeah.
And listen, if mama ain't happy, nobody's happy. We've heard that our whole lives. And that is the truth.
Well, I'm going to take this off the screen because we're almost to the hour. So let's see what happens.
Good to see you, Wild Angel. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Wild Angel.
I started a coffee and I didn't get it whenever it was done, so I probably put it in the microwave and slam the microwave about 50 times real quick, and then I'll feel better.
So you need to go and check your Avon as well, Nick. Keep popping up in my phone.
I don't get Avon. It's in Avon one
Yeah, but you've
time.
had Avon and I keep messaging you. I'm sick of looking at Avon. Do you want me to unsubscribe to them?
Yes, unsubscribe.
Oh,
Jesus,
God, my
why do
life
I
is
have to
over.
do
I've
the
got
email?
her emails. I've got everything belonging to Lenny except to Nichols, and I'm not messing.
It's because,
you go in and unsubscribe. You only have to do it once, and then they go on and on and on and on. It's the same with everything.
No, because you told me one time you got mad about something I was getting subscription, and you were like, Lenny, I need you to unsubscribe to this, and I did everything you told me to, and still we're getting mail from them.
Well, you haven't, because it's still coming. And wow,
I'm telling you, I did too.
Another one. Well, I'm going to see now. I'll tell you now.
Just block everybody. I did do it, but the problem is it just goes.
Avon. Oh, yes, Avon. How many times is Avon coming in?
Listen, Avon calling. Avon calling.
Yeah. Right, I'm going in now. Unsubscribe is right at the top. Right
I understand, but if a different Avon place has got my thing too, that's what's happening.
Do you want to stop getting messages from Avon? Yes.
Absolutely.
Unsubscribe. You have unsubscribed from helloavon.com. There you go. So let's have a look at that now. Okay. Luminous, I'm unsubscribing from that. Look how many. Oh, guys.
Oh, yeah, you can unsubscribe from that, you guys.
I am.
So
I'm unsubscribing from everything.
You guys, we're on Court TV right now, and they are just going back over the testimony. We are not back in court yet. This is Court TV, just going back over testimony. Like I said, for those that had missed it, as soon as they come back to the court, I will shut the hell up. Maggie will shut the hell up, and we'll listen to it. So thank you all so much for being here. Hi, Janice. Good to see you. Listen, this is Lou's fault because they cannot get Avon in Australia anymore. So she sent me some money and asked me to order some stuff and send it to her. And I did. So that's why it's all Lou's fault. So we're just going to blame her.
With Avon. Getting bombarded with it. And Avon, and like you say, everything's attached to it. There's about 6 million. And you only done them the other day. I'm not messing.
But you just watch. Some more Avon will come through and it'll be there. Well, I'm telling you.
So watch me get onto Avon and go mad at them then. I will.
Thank you so much for the floating hearts, Misty. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
I used to be an Avon dealer too.
Did you?
I used to be an Avon dealer. Only in Germany the first time because I wanted to do something outside the house and earn a little bit of money. Yeah. I sucked at it. I'm not a good seller. I would sit around and be like, hey, what are y'all doing? Like, they'd invite me into their house and we lived in housing. And so all of us were all right there. And so I go knock on people's door and they'd invite me in. The ladies be looking and I'd be playing with their kids and their animals and wanting to see their wedding books and tell me their stories of what they missed from home. And
they must have called you Mrs. Kravitz.
I'm telling you. So I didn't hardly sell no Avon at all, but I found out all their stories, like who back home was waiting on them and what letters they got from their mom. And Oh, I was having a
Oh, could you
ball.
imagine? Oh
Mhm.
my God.
I was a terrible Avon person. Seriously. And not one person asked me why I quit selling.
I think you should start again.
And all of a sudden, the
Seriously.
Avon lady wasn't coming to the door anymore. Not one person
What did
asked
they
me.
say when you were leaving? Were they all crying because you weren't going anymore? They made you best mates.
Well, I think a lot of them, honestly, I think a lot of them were happy to see me. You know what I mean? But there were some husbands that are going that the minute I walked in, their husband kissed their wives goodnight. Not gonna lie. I can't lie. They did. They were
Yeah,
just like, I am not sitting here listening to Lainey talk
they
and
used to
ask all
say
these
good night and
questions
go.
about our. Yep, they just go to bed and leave me and his wife to sit there because they knew I was staying. I wanted to know all their stories about back home, what state they were from. Like, were they farmers? Were they this? Was they that? Oh, I wanted to know everything.
Oh my
The
God,
last thing I was worried about
guys.
was Avon.
Avon calling, ding dong. Didn't it go like that? Ding
Mhm.
dong on a bell.
Mhm.
Avon calling. So you got
Yeah.
an American. Avon calling.
Avon
We'd
calling.
say Avon calling. We'd say Avon calling. And if the scouts want to be Avon's calling. That's what we'd say.
Dolores says, Lainey, curious, what type of blood do you have? Some different bloods react different to different medicines. I have black blood. Matches my black cold heart. No, I'm just kidding. I have A negative blood. I'm Rh negative. Yeah, here comes that nosy Avon lady. Hide. I just want to know. Tell me all about it. I'm like looking at the pictures on the wall. I'm like, who's that? Who's that? Tell me who that is. Oh, y'all. I can't get enough of people, though. I just can't.
We are the best race because the universe cannot breathe. Oh, hello, Jan. You're all right? How are you, love? It's nice to see you. Thanks for coming in. See, Laura says, Lainey, curiosity, oh, she just asked that, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Here comes that nosy Avon lady. Hide. Yeah, my mother would say that. My mum would say, check out the window in case it's there. You can't get rid of it once she comes in. So we used to peep out the window and I'd go, Mum, the Avon. She'd go, no, get in the living room. And she'd throw me in the living room. Poor Avon. Mum was stiff with the cold on the step. She didn't get in until my mother really wanted something. I loved it at Christmas. They sold some nice little bits at Christmas. I still remember the So Soft smell. Oh, yeah.
The
I
skin
remember
so
that
soft.
putting that
That's
on. Yeah, I slid near broke my neck in the bath though, You get stuff to put in the water. And I sat on
I
the edge of the bath and slid right in and banged me back. Oh, said skin so soft can go and F off.
hate
Evie
that
said
smell. Hate it.
skin
Hate
so
it.
soft was great for deterring midges. They sell in the
Yep.
shops up north of Scotland.
So, yeah. So when I lived, well, my mom came from the South too, so she believed in skin so soft, and it really does is a deterrent for, like, my mom used to call them no-see-ums because they were those little flying bugs that used to bite you, the gnats, and they were a deterrent. And so that's what Lulu wanted because they can't get Avon there, and she loves skin so soft. So she sent me some money, and I mean, they could order it like from here, but y'all wouldn't believe how much it costs just to get it there to them. I was like, don't do it. I'll go get it for you. No big deal. Janice says Rh negative blood is a special blood. I never even knew about Rh negative blood or nothing like that. Still don't know nothing about it. I was blown away when I got pregnant with my first child and they said, here, we got to give you the shot. I'm like, oh, what? And so anyways, because my mom didn't have it. None of my sisters had it. Nobody knew what the hell was going on. And then I found out about my father at 49. But you know what? All of my kids every one of the kids that I've given birth to have Rh negative blood as well. I got some strong genes, y'all, strong genes and strong blood. So all my kids took after me, not their fathers. And I took after my father's side because my mom does not have Rh negative blood. Neither do my sisters or brother. So I got it from my good old daddy, along with my back problems and all the other shit. I was like, you know what? Give that shit right to your other daughters. What did you give them? You've given me all the bad news. Now my whole life makes sense. My back problems, my skin problem, my cancers that I've had taken off. Y'all's terrible, but I love that man. I do. I'm grateful for him. I'm grateful. Since so soft was, do you turn I'm thinking midges are those things that y'all are talking about. The little, the gnats, we call them gnats here.
Yeah, gnats.
Okay.
They have the both tip words here for them. I don't know whether they're the same thing. I haven't got a clue. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
I have to look every. Do you know what? I'm made up with Google because I've learned so much. Do
I
you know what
know,
I mean?
Google,
Just at your fingertips, it's there, isn't it?
it's there.
And my
Mhm.
son goes, it's AI. Don't believe AI. Oh, I say, don't fucking start. Honest to God, I'm like, I just don't believe it. Janice said, Avon, Sav on law. I hate the smell too, but it did work for mosquitoes, Brissy said. Diggy said, yes, you are special, Leanie.
Thank you so much. I'm a special pain in the ass. That's what I
She is,
am.
she's fucking special, all right.
Special ed, special education. That's me 100%.
But
I don't
isn't
feel
it great
special
now,
from it.
Google?
I love
What
me
did we
some
say we're
Google
going to
too.
look? Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Oh, do you know what I've just done? I'm fuming as well. So, I've just ordered me Manjaro rice. I'm only on the 5 milligram. Gussedly. I meant to order the 7. You know, we're going away because I know I'm going to go up because I walk around the house. That's a bit of exercise. There, I'm on that scooter all day. And then I get off and I'm in bed and I'm like, oh, and I'll be scared to eat. Do you know what I mean? Because it's so easy to put it on and so hard to take it off. So I wanted the 7 to keep me on the straight and narrow just for my holidays. And I've ordered the 5. So I've just got in touch with them and I said to you, we need to make a phone call, but they're not there. Finish at 5. I thought the 24/7 I'm there. So I've left a message going, help, I've made a mistake. So let's see if they help me. I might have to cancel and redo it.
Yeah.
Who knows? Oh, I'm fuming, or I might have to buy another one. Oh, the price. Google is my best friend, Britty says. So what are we saying? Mosquitoes and midges to see if they're the same. Oh, midges
Jana
and
says, I have a beautiful friend who has Rh negative blood and she is very kind. Lindsay says, no, you are special to my heart, both of you. You know, I was having a discussion with Beefcake about something, and he was talking about Rh negative blood. And because he had asked me about, because, you know, our baby child is mine and his together. And he was like, what kind of blood does, you know, our son have? And I said, my blood. I said, what kind of blood do you got? So, and he's like, I don't know. I was like, well, you got to have something positive. Because I'm negative and our baby is negative. And he said, or something like that. I forget what I said. But anyways, he believes that Rh negative blood, there's something about it too. There's something different about Rh negative blood. And luckily I had to go into the dentist because I just couldn't listen. I was like, oh God, please don't tell me what you think. Please don't, because I just don't get things the way some people get them. I have to be honest with you. And it has nothing at all to do with being blonde, you guys, because I didn't fry my brain by putting bleach on my head. Okay. I was born this way. It just, I see things. I'm like, I have to do my research and I don't take things just because somebody says it to me. Like, I really have to think on it, do research. I have to make it make sense. I have to like do a whole thing with my brain. Right. And so my beefcake, and I have very different beliefs in certain things. And so he knows not to like throw everything at me at once, because it overwhelms me. And then it just, I can't tell you what it does to me. So he gives me just a little tidbits here and there. And then I talk to him about it and try to get a better understanding once I have tried to understand it. And then a lot of times I can get on with it. And some of it I'm just like, negative. I'm not jumping that train with you. I'm not doing it. You go do it. And I'm going to stay behind my white picket fence. Go, 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 go. I'm not discouraging you. Just go. And my boys are just like that as well. But he told me just a couple weeks ago, let's see, I went to the dentist by myself this last time, the time before that. So just a month ago, he said that to me. Just a month ago. He said, RH negative blood is a special type of blood. And I was like, just stop. I got to go in the dentist. We're back. Are we back or are they still, Maggie, pull
Hang
this
on.
up, please.
Let me put the sound on. Just looking at that then, that very minute.
It looks like jury's coming in.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you,
Means
Madam Clerk.
business now,
Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Tewksbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions. And what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide. She remains at risk for suicide. And so she still is. The Adverse Childhood Experience Questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is reporting experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events. And she was not. So she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the one-to-one supervision for 3.5 years. The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under two circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating, so she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Mahoney-Slade hallucination scale. And so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with two possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military, the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, Doctor, if we could go to the next slide and you could tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records, I saw people saying, "Wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me." And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And doctor, is it? I thought he was done.
I don't know. Well, let's find out. Were you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years. And I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experience a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare. Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say, it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum. And so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Callan, her youngest child. And most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
So, doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection.
Yeah, overruled.
The more inconsistency there is.
Can we have a basis for that, at least?
It's asked as a hypothetical?
Hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
You might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said, and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation, it's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Why don't you just ask it as the hypothetical? Assuming this, and then go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Yeah, overruled. Go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at those, look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one count, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far, you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations. One where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization, and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say, unusual things are wrong and strange things are wrong and many things are wrong and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious. And he said, his first question was, what did you do? And her response was, I tried to kill myself. Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, I did what I had to do, or I did what the voice said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory. The command auditory hallucination, what it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action. One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
Okay. And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love, not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It
by
was preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean, but she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. So, I don't know what it is. I think it's because we're getting to the end of the trial, right? And we've been watching this every single day. But I don't know whether it's I just know I'm the end, and I'm like, come on, get it over with. Get it over with. Let's get to it. Let's get this. Let's see what I'm gonna put a poll up anyway tomorrow to see what you think the verdict's gonna be. So yeah, there you go. So wow, you work in secure hospitals. No, I don't, Mac. I don't work. I live in Liverpool in the UK, so you're from London. It's nice to meet you anyway. Please give us a like, and if you'd be so kind to sub up to the channel. To all you amazing new people that's just come in, I'll be absolutely amazed if you could do that. Yeah, religion is trying to bring that up again. Oh my God. I'm sick of listening to him now. I just want this over with. God help what Lindsay Clancy wants. She sits there day after day in those jurors. Oh my God, can you imagine? And they can't walk out or they can't have a little gab or say something to the other person. They must be going out their minds. And if they ever get called up again for jury service to bet you any money, they'll send a doctor's note in and say they can't, they're too sick. They've got chicken pox or something. Do you know what I mean? Because I think I'd have to go and say I had chicken pox if I had to sit on a jury like that. I've done it twice and they were dead fast. We was there for a week. I got called up for jury service, did it a week, and then 2 weeks later I got called up again. I thought it was a mistake. I couldn't get over it. But now, is this on every day? It's been on every day, Mac, yeah. We've been watching it now. I think this is just over 2 weeks. Is it just over? I think it's just over 2 weeks, yeah. But we're coming to the end now. I think this is the last witness. The host to the channel, Leanie, she said before she thinks this is the last one. I'm the co-host to the channel anyway. I'm Maggie. So it's good to meet you all, and thanks for coming in. Yeah, Lunch, she says, we've been on every day with this case at Mach. They also do pop-up lives at night, which are more everything goes topic. Yeah, anything goes. We covered all, the true crime, what's happening, the new cases that's starting, or we're following cases that's been ongoing, and we just have to give updates as and when. But yeah, subscribe and make sure you've got your bell set so it rings every time we pop up, because in between we'll do little pop-ups while we're waiting for the trial to start, so we're always watching to see what's going on, to see what trial we can cover. Yeah, so there you go. Well, this is what's happening, you see, Matt. This is why we're asking people to sub up, to get us out there on the algorithm so people can find us. Leonie, the house, says, who believes she was hearing voices? Was it her own voice, or something she thinks she heard? Or did she really not want to leave her kids behind, so she killed them? Dun, dun, dun. So what you think on that? I'll read that again. Subscribe, can't find notification bell. It's right to the left of the notification bell. It says, if you want notifications of all, some, blah, blah, blah. It's right there, Mac. Hiya, Toshi. Good to see you, girl. Misty says, I believe she was hearing voices. I do. I think it just happened to be that day that she actually heard the voice. So Leonie said, who believes she was hearing voices? Was it her own voice or something she thinks she heard? Or did she really not want to leave her kids behind, so she killed them? No, I think she was hearing voices. Here we go, guys. Movement.
All right, and so I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, and then we'll bring you back in a couple of minutes. All right?
Court, all right.
Hallelujah. What did he say then? Lunchy. What did he just say? Hi, Nas. Nasty said, I had the feeling from the beginning that she didn't want to leave her kids behind. But I also think she heard a voice. Oh, what's he say, that judge then? I thought that wild angel.
Next is the forum. This court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess, and I'll come out as soon as I can.
Short recess. There's no such thing as a short recess with these. Now, I'm going to go to that symbol on the wall again. I'm sick of seeing that circle. I can't cope. Why does he need a short recess? What's going on? Oh, Lunchy was trying to run by the windows naked. Why was that? Someone out there? You wanted them to see you naked? Let us know. The jury needs to be there. Oh, well, in this case, I mean, what's he need a short recess for? Buffy time, yet he needs a coffee. Talking about a coffee. I need a coffee. I've got my flask here. Got one more in it. I'm going, oh no, I've got two, I think. Just lifted it up. It's a bit heavy. I almost have two. I've been trying to do this crochet, but you know when you're typing in chat, I'm throwing it down, picking it up, taking it down. Oh, he's having a poo. Wild Angel thinks he's having a poo. Probably sitting there thinking, oh my God, I need to go and have this shit before I shit me robe. You reckon that's what he's saying? Alexa, turn the lights on. Thank you. Lunchy said, I forgot my robe when I got out of the tub and my bedroom is on the other end of the house. Have you got nothing against your windows? That'll teach you, won't it, you floozy? Eh? Shauna said he might need to go and research something, maybe, but I'm being honest with you, I wasn't listening to most of what that man was saying now. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered listening to it now. I'm done. I need this over. You don't know about what though? Can any remember? Oh no, didn't he mention something to do with the religion? And that's when he went, oh, hang on now, blah 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 blah. So I wonder if he's going to research something to do with that. Misty says, I've done that lunch. She got in the shower and then walked in my room naked and curtains have been wide open. When I come out of mine, I've got to go along the landing and right facing me is the man behind's bedroom. So I'm like, oh my God. So I cover my boobs and everything. And I'm like trying to get there as quick as I can along the landing to get into the bedroom. They're always the way. And when you do it, their lights on and you know they're there. I know that they've got loads of footage of me. I know they have. I'm somewhere on YouTube. I bet you. Natalie, oh wow, Maggie, you have a high-tech house. Alexa switching on your lights. That's cool. Oh yeah, she's beeped. Yeah, my husband's done it, Natalie. He does everything. Turns the heating on and all kinds. I love it. Turns the heating on, the lights, the telly, the washing machine. Oh, it does it all. Does it all. You just buy a smart plug. And once you do a smart plug, that's it. Just put the plug in and you turn everything on by sitting on your seat. This is why I'm on Manjaro. Max said, I think the cocktail of meds she had makes it difficult to assess the voices issue. I think she just didn't know what day she was in, Mac. I really don't. I think she was under that much stress in her head. She's asked that many people for help that it just that day it just went totally off the Richter scale, just went mental. Oh, she's a slut, isn't she? Absolute slut. That's what she is. Yeah, smart bulbs work, but I'm not saying it because she'll go beep and start again. Do you know, last night I was sitting in bed, right? And the next thing she started singing. I thought, hold on a minute, why is she singing a song to me? I haven't asked her. Misty said I once stayed in a temporary house and I came downstairs stark naked and forgot about the window above the door, which led out to the high street, and it was packed with people watching a race. Watching your race running. Would you like a horse galloping? Shauna said I would have crawled across the floor if I'd noticed they were open. Flower said she needs to go to a hospital for criminally insane for life. Yeah. Yeeby, I can't call my a bitch. She never listens to me, so I asked my partner and she listened. So she does that to me all the time, and I end up saying, Alexa, oh, and she's going to do it now, and I go, fuck off, because I get really irritated. I'm sorry, I don't know that right now. That's all she says to me. I'm sorry, I can't answer this time. I'm like, I can't fucking answer it at any time, Alexa. Do you know what I mean? Flower says, I don't believe postpartum has anything to do with it. 8 months later now. Really, Flower? What do you think? What do you think what do you think happened then? What do you think happened? Yeah, but I think it was a postpartum to begin with that she was struggling with. And she had all kinds of other anxieties, so I think she just lost the plot. They were giving her all kinds of meds, weren't they? It was all mixing with each other. Evie says, I think it's my strong accent. Then she says, I can't understand you, you dumb hick, to me. I'd love to hear the American one. Is it Siri? You call Siri? Or do you actually have an Alexa? Flower said she became psychotic like all killers. So do you think she was in a psychosis? Shauna says, I call Alexa a bitch all the time. My roommate will cuss her out, but our lights come on automatically at sunset because we have it set up that way with her. Good for you, Shauna. Not all killers have been killing all their lives. I don't get that one, Flower. Let me say that again. Not all killers have been killing all their lives. Yeah, she is one, yeah. No doubt she killed the kids. She's admitted to it. But I don't believe she was sane when she done it. Natalie says, I once went on a long hike and halfway through I needed to find a bush to pee. When I turned around, there was a big house with huge windows in the middle of nowhere. I would have finished, pretended I never did it, pulled my drawers up and knocked on the door and said, excuse me, I'm in the middle of nowhere and I need a wee. Just so they don't think that I peed on their grass. Do you know what I mean? So did she? Hang on, at some point. I'm lost now, Flower. Needless to say, I mooned them. I'd have walked away, dead sheepish. Yeah, anyone that kills the kids is for sure insane. I mean, I do believe there is evil people, Pamela. I do believe there's evil. I mean, look at how some people treat their kids. Do you know what I mean? They torture them all their lives. How can you torture a child, but how can you torture your own? It's just beyond us who are just not that way. We just want to nurture. But the thought of eating a kid, and yeah, how many mothers are cruel, and then they're cruel to them, don't feed them, and then they kill them like we did. It's like a cat, isn't it? When they catch a mouse, they play with it. They play with it first, and then the poor mouse is terrified, in a corner, terrified, and then they kill it once it has a heart attack. Max says, if her actions were drug-induced meds, it will be difficult for anyone to testify along those lines because of the financial clout of Big Pharma. Well, Patrick's got his own thing with the pharmaceuticals now, hasn't he? He wants to sue them, and he, yeah, yeah. Misty, I believe there are evil people, but I don't think she did this out of evilness. No, I don't. I don't believe it was out of evilness at all. I really think she was not in her own mind. She'd lost her mind. No, Pamela, I don't think she was evil. But there is evil people out there, evil mothers that kill the children. This is a total different scenario. Lunchy said, I don't understand hating a child either. One incident could affect them their whole life, whether it be physical or mental. I don't understand it, Lunchy. I don't understand it. Don't get me wrong, I got angry at my kids, but I never wanted to hurt or abuse them. Oh my God. The me to Lindsay. The me to Lindsay is what's making me crazy. Can you say that again? Tinanzus. Oh, I don't know. I think it's Tinanzus 87. Me neither, Max. Terrible wild angel. She's mentally ill, Pamela. I totally agree. She's mentally ill. I can't spank my dogs. Listen, my dog's died in April. I'll never get over it. I've got PTSD. She was everything to me. My best mate, my world, my baby. I'm looking at her pictures right now. And I couldn't when I shouted at her, which was very rare because she was dead good, broke my heart. And I go, oh, come here, baby. I'm sorry. It was horrible. Couldn't do it. She was ruined. She was absolutely ruined. The most lovable dog ever. Misty said there is so much in this case that doesn't add up, but what does stand out is the over-medicating her and not protecting those poor children, yeah? I mean, I think my belief is Patrick should play some part. He should have took some accountability. There is children as well, and when she told him she was having them thoughts, he should have got them kids to safety, and he didn't. He took it for granted because she was a good mum that he could never see her doing like that. But what you've got to remember, guys, in this circumstances is when these people snap, it's not them. They've lost their minds. You don't ever take that risk, anyone. He didn't protect his children. And he's walking away. He's walking away now, new wife and child, and, no accountability that he didn't protect his kids. What did he do? She told him she had thought of harming the kids, and yet he went out and left it on her own with them. But there's no accountability for that. Now, if someone was up in court because they neglected their children, they wouldn't have got away with that. How many people go to court for neglect? Because, say, for example, the child was knocked over in the roads because the mother neglected. She just left the kids outside or whatever. She'd have got done for neglect. Why isn't he getting done for neglect? Misty says, I don't believe for 1 minute that she told him the kids were in the basement. I just don't believe how she's supposed to have spoke when the medic said she couldn't. And I know Leonie said, which is a good point, she was in and out of consciousness. Yeah, the medic said she couldn't speak. She was barely conscious. And that fella said before on the stand that she said, I tried to kill myself. So that's a new one. We haven't heard that before. We haven't heard that she said that. Do you know what I mean? Oh, they are saying everyone, me, to comparing to Lindsay. Oh, they are. Oh, I'm lost, Tosh. Oh, they are saying everyone. Me to Lindsay comparing me too comparing to Lindsay. I think I get it, Tosh. Shuna. I'm Nepal. Well, nice to meet you, and thanks for coming in. Please hit the like and sub up to our channel. We'll be made up all the way from Nepal. And I think we'll start again, guys. I can hear the mic getting like that, rubbed against something.
What?
Oh no, it's Lady. I thought that was the call starting again.
I wish it was a court starting again.
Here's Lainey, the host of the channel. Here she is. Say hello to Lainey.
Hello.
We've got Nepal in the house, Gail. got Nepal in the house, all the way from Nepal. Shana, if I'm saying that right. Shana. Shana. Am I saying that right?
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate you so much. Hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down.
Max already subscribed, Lee. He's
Thank
in
you so
London.
much. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Welcome. Welcome. I was listening to you guys talk about, hey, Tian. Oh, man, you guys, I was listening to y'all talk, and
Hey Lee, is that the first time you heard by that fella then saying that Lindsay said when she was on the floor, she said she tried to kill herself? That was the words to
no.
Patrick. I
No,
haven't heard that before.
supposedly he asked her, what have you done? And she said that first. And then second, he said, where are the kids? And she said, in the basement. Supposedly.
But that fella's just said that she said she told him he tried to kill herself.
Yeah, I remember I remember Patrick saying that.
Do you? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I don't remember all the times.
Lacey says she's trying to multitask a million things today. I feel that, girl. I feel it.
Being there, Gail. Being there.
The reason why I asked that question, and I'm glad you read it out, Maggie, about do we think that she actually heard voices, or was it a voice in her own voice that she was hearing, or did she really, because she was so protective of the kids, and God, do I ever feel that every time they say it, that she didn't want to leave her kids with anybody because she was scared. I remember that feeling too. So did she really just take them and say, go with God, baby, even though she would have to be the one to say that's what she said.
What she kept saying, if you remember, when they were, she said she didn't want to kill herself because she didn't want to leave her kids and her mum because she knew how much it'd hurt them.
I find that a little suspect because she didn't mention her husband.
I know. That's the first thing I thought, Lee, actually.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then I'm starting to think again, round the lines of, oh, hang on, did she do this? Did she find something else? Oh, I don't know. I'm sick of it.
Yeah. That's the bad thing about this case is that there's so many arguments towards premeditation.
Right.
There's so many towards, that she was in some kind of psychosis. But the reason why I asked that question of you guys was when I was listening to that doctor. I felt like the best part of his testimony was in probably the last 15, 20 minutes that we heard of him speaking. But then I got to think when I was listening to him saying, well, I would have expected her to say this if she really was hearing a voice or that. And then I got to thinking, so what you're saying is if I tell you I'm hearing voices and it's the truth, you're going to be able to prove me wrong somehow because I didn't react a certain way.
You've got to say it a certain way for him to believe you.
Yeah.
How wrong is that?
Yeah, I just thought, statistics are just that. They're statistics. But it doesn't mean that every one of us act the same or do the same. You know what I mean? People that do that body language stuff. Look, I can appreciate it. A lot of people will act the same way, but not everybody will. And so that's why cases like this where you're having to call experts because basically it's not proof. You're just giving statistics, and hopefully we're going to side on the side of statistics. And you can't.
Can I just answer Lacey? Lacey, the judge he's gone to recess. So they're still going. Love, you haven't missed anything.
Yeah, I think they'll get this one out of the way. This guy, Red, hasn't come up and rebutted yet, has he? He hasn't come out and cross-examined this guy yet. So I think
saying about never saying that she hasn't heard voices before. This is what the chat.
So I think they'll finish up with this one, and then we will come back tomorrow to close. I think we'll come back tomorrow to closing arguments.
So when do you think it's going to be over, Lee? Wednesday?
Tomorrow. I think it depends on how fast their closing arguments are. I kind of got a feeling that the prosecution's just going to go freaking on and on and on and on and on. But depending on how fast the closing arguments are, I think they could be back tomorrow evening.
Are we waiting on the witness, is it? Oh, no.
Your Honor, for the purpose
Here
of the
we
record,
go,
we return back to the
guys.
trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. After the following sidebar conference, I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and
According to Laney,
the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin,
he's calling for a mistrial.
This trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago, and I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Kamala?
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins, or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong, and she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong. And she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say. In regards to it said, go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was not, I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he injected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is, I'm going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that as best I can is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that'd be my thought. We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. Okay?
Your Honor, and just for the record, could I note an objection?
Sure, absolutely. All right, so we ready for the jury?
Y'all, I'm telling you, if these two bitches don't get fired after this case from the position they are sitting in, I don't know what to say for Massachusetts. They have screwed up. And why he's not, I mean, I wouldn't be happy about a mistrial, but why he didn't grant it is beyond me, because she specifically said, isn't murder a whatever kind of sin? Twice she said it.
Moral sin.
Moral sin. Right. Immoral sin.
Immoral sin, yeah. Bow twins keep fucking up, that's how she says, yeah.
All right.
So we're going to be here till Friday, guys. We're going to be here till Friday. Let's see who's in the audience.
See if you recognize anybody, y'all.
Let's see. Come on, get your eyes out. Let's have a look.
Look.
Who's here. Let's see all the YouTubers. Come on. I think she should wave. Say hi. Can't see one YouTuber.
There's Bob Motta right there. He's a YouTuber.
You.
Bob Motta. Mortal sin. Thank you, Curtis. All right, let's just finish. Let's finish listening to this.
Members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial. It's irrelevant. It is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right? And so because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until
Yeah,
tomorrow.
Toshi, I
all right?
agree.
And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today. All right? So I'm sorry, but so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all right.
Oh.
Jurors, can I close the notebooks? Place on the chairs.
Leonie says he's going to get a lot of shit. He should have done a mistrial. Even though I hate it, that is grounds for mistrial. Well, let's see what is red fuming. Let's see his face. Gone a bit red, or is that the red mark on his face? Come on, red, let's see ya.
Well, he already objected to the judge's order where he said
Oh,
he's
your
gonna,
mic. I'm like, oh, if you hide your
Sorry.
mic or something. No, it's all right.
Sorry.
Wish it out, man. That's clear.
He already objected to it. So
Yeah.
This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right.
I wondered if
Counsel,
anyone
can I
speaks
proceed
to
the
these two.
sidebar?
There we are, sidebar. He's going to say to them, do you ever do that again with your witness? Going to cause
that is
murder
crazy.
now. Let's have a look. Let's watch.
That is crazy.
So we're going to have another witness tomorrow?
They're going to bring this witness back.
But aren't we going to have another witness, didn't he say?
Oh, I thought he just said that they were going to bring him back, and this
Yeah, they did.
tonight we'll give him another.
I thought it was another witness. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I just listen. I would not have been happy about a mistrial. In fact, my heart started beating really fast when they said that.
No, when I heard you saying it, I didn't know what had happened. So I was going, oh my god, and I heard mistrial.
Mm-hmm. But
yeah, Shauna says, and then another witness.
But after I heard what had happened, and I heard it when it did happen, I didn't understand why he wasn't cut off immediately.
Yeah.
But when I heard, if I was the one sitting there at the defense table and this trial was about me, I would be like mistrial right now. So I have to kind of look at it that way too, just to be fair, that it would have sucked for all of us. But I guess you have to do. What is that?
That's my favorite. Sorry.
It's okay. I just think that at this point the jury is gonna. I wouldn't be surprised now. I didn't think that the jury would come out and do after talking to Beefcake about all of this. I thought maybe the jury will understand and not do a hung jury. But now, with as many mistakes as been done in this case, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me because not everybody knows. I didn't know until I talked to my husband exactly what it meant by reasonable doubt. I was just like, shit, I'd say I'm not voting, I'm hanging. And that's where I'd be, because I don't care about going against the grain. I don't give a shit if it pisses you off. But when he explained to me what that meant, at this point, if all of them completely
be in recess until tomorrow. The anticipation is that the evidence will be done at some point tomorrow, with the thought that most likely we'll have a charge conference sometime probably tomorrow afternoon, and arguments in charge would be on Wednesday. All right, subject to change as they always are.
my God.
Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
I just want to hear if there's any hot mics. Hold on. Okay. Misty says you can ask the jury to forget what they heard. That just makes you think about it more. It's tainted. Yeah, you can't unhear things that you heard, but they can't bring it up in deliberation. So in other words, they can't say, they can't use it for an argument for their case as to why they are voting the way that they're vote. Like, well, you heard that guy talk about, that's their Catholic belief, and they're not allowed to bring it up. So, but still, they don't have to. They could just say, nope, don't believe it, and I don't have to explain it either. So there's that. You guys. I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, the fair thing, MC says the judge looks stressed and embarrassed. Some says Lindsay Clancy is a monster. Dolores says, I think she's blacked out. Dolores says, should have over in the next 15 minutes when she said she was guilty. You know, I don't know. Let me take this off the screen. Put us back up there. Maggie's muted for a minute, but listen, so all that happened is if the jury does find, if they don't do anything, because you heard where old Red said, I object, after the judge said, I'm not going to declare a mistrial, but he also said right now. So now he's got time to call his judge friends, right? And that's what they're doing. They're calling up to see what should be what he's calling people to find out what the law is and how he should rule on this. Because he could get up in the morning, come back into court and say, after much consideration, I am going to go ahead and rule this a mistrial. So, because he said right now. So, I'm pretty sure he's going to be doing some work on it. I'm sure old Red's going to be doing some work on it, like to give another argument as to why this should be mistrial, because he objected. He objected to what the judge said about calling the jury back in, telling them they can't, consider this testimony and to go home for the day and come back tomorrow. It makes me sick because you know what? They should have called mistrial a couple days ago. Seriously, with some of these witnesses that have been put on the stand. Some says you aren't even human, Curtis. You are a genetic monkey brain. Bye. It was so nice to have you here. I appreciate you coming in. Aren't you just sweet? Aren't you just sweet, Sam? Listen, you have a great day, and thank you so much for the view. We appreciate it. Get the frick out. Two doors down. Trolls like to hang out 2 doors down to the left. So go that way. I think so. The only people that can appeal is Red, right? So, or the defendant. So this just set her up that if she gets found guilty, they just set her up for a total appeal. What just happened? And I guarantee you she'll probably win it. So we haven't heard the last of this. I think we're going to end up back in a trial over this one. They've screwed this one up. Too many things. And it won't. Yeah, I really do believe that. And listen, people are winning appeals for much less. Now look at all the appeals that we've got. We've got to redo those trials. They've made it too easy. I know, Flower. I don't want to redo this case either. I think we're all just going to sit here drunk all day watching it again, because I don't think there's anything we don't know, unless they answer our questions. But if they declare a mistrial, I would not be, or if she wins an appeal, I would not be surprised at all that we see new prosecutors, because these two didn't know what the hell they were doing. Curtis says Red will move for redirect verdict. I think he's still going to push for it. Yeah, he's trying to find a way now. And listen, I guess if I was sitting at that table and that happened to me, I'm going to say it again. I would want to. I'm sorry that everybody's put out, but I mean, it's her life. So if they fucked it up for her, then they should have to pay for it. I mean, we can choose not to watch, but it's just the way it goes. Flower says she needs to go to the hospital for the criminally insane for life done. I think that's where she's going anyways, Flower. The question is whether, I don't know if she'll go for life, but I mean, Susan Smith killed both of her kids just for a boyfriend. And she's already been up for parole, right? I mean, she drowned her kids for a boyfriend. And no psychotic bullshit at all. She just, yeah, I like that guy. And he said he didn't want kids, so I killed him, you know. And she came up for parole. So I'm not saying that she would go to a hospital for the criminally insane for life, but no matter if she wins this case or not, that's where she's going to be until Misty checked herself out of the hospital. Yeah, but this is different. She's already committed murder, okay? And she has admitted to committing the murder. So you just don't get let out on the streets, even if they say that you were in a psychotic state at the time. They're not going to put her out on the street right away. That's why I'm saying she may come up on parole in 20 years, but she's still going to be put into a hospital. Amber, it was so good to see you, honey. Thank you for coming in. See you next time. All right, we'll be here tomorrow bright and early. Yes, when we were talking before the killing. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Maybe I jumped in too fast. Curtis says judge has every reason for a directed verdict. Dolores says, for the ones that haven't been here for 19 days, we have heard it all. The last doc said it said everything we heard for the last 17 days. You're right. He just broke it all down. He was worth listening to. When I really paid attention to him, I mean, I was like, man, this guy's pretty smart. But the only thing I have a problem with is it's still not proof. Statistics is not proof. All statistics is shows what the majority of human nature will do. But that doesn't mean that you are a part of the majority. I mean, look at me. The majority of my family are completely sane people. I mean, they know how to behave. They're good people and they just sweet. And then you got me. I'm not part. No. No, I'm sweet. I just sometimes don't know how to behave when I get mad. So statistically, it's not proof. So they haven't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she was that this was premeditated, and that's it. I think at this moment things are swinging in Red's favor. Charlotte, I'm with you. Patrick wanted out. We only can imagine what the truth is. I'm with you on that too. She was in the hospital searching for help. Why leave when she wanted to kill her children? But she should have stayed. She's responsible. No, she absolutely is responsible. But oh, you're welcome, honey. She's responsible for killing her children. Yes. Listen, there's a lot of people responsible for those babies not being here, and they all should be punished. In what way? I don't know. I'm not the law. But should she have to stay in a mental institution for the rest of her life, even if they do find that she was mentally insane? Absolutely. I think people that get put into the institution for the criminally insane, I do not believe they should ever have a chance for parole, ever, because how the hell? Just because you're living right and walking with Jesus in there and getting along with everybody and you haven't beat anybody up, that doesn't mean you're still not criminally insane. It doesn't mean the minute that you walk out of there that you're not going to throw away the pills that you haven't wanted to take for the last 20 years, but it helped keep you calm your ass down. You know what I mean? And I say that with a lot of respect. I take my own. You know what I mean? So, listen, I think people that do this, and they are, one flew over the cuckoo's nest. I think they should have to stay.
And I agree with Flower. I think she should have stayed in the hospital until they told her to go. Do you know what I mean? She should have just stayed there, regardless if she was feeling better, just to get herself sorted. Get the okay from them.
So let me ask you guys this, because you guys know I play devil's advocate all the time. So I'm going to play devil's advocate with this one. I agree she should have stayed in the hospital. But for anybody who has been hospitalized for depression or any kind of mental illness, let me ask you this. At any point before the doctors were ready for you to go home, were you ready to go home? Were you just like, I'm getting the hell out, I want to get the hell out of here?
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, I was in the hospital for 10 days for depression. And 2 days in, I was like, I'm ready to go home. What are you people doing? Like, let's go. There's no,
But
like,
they assess
y'all.
you, like, they're supposed to assess you and say, well, we'll be happy if you stay in a few more days or whatever. I mean, maybe they were okay for it to go, who knows? Because they're being leaving chunks out of this that we don't know about.
Yeah, you're right. We don't. But ultimately, it was her decision. If she walked, she walked.
Of
And
course,
it
but I
doesn't.
think because she was crying for help, I think she should have stayed.
Agreed.
What's that?
If
Flower,
your
they won't
kids,
keep her. No, they didn't tell her to go to Laura's, not at that point. It was Lindsay that asked to go because wasn't it her daughter's birthday party or something? Wasn't that it was she wanted to go to be at her daughter's party?
Dawn, good to see you. I didn't see you come in. Good to see you,
Hiya,
honey.
Dawn.
Curtis, I'm with you. The mental health providers failed her. Her husband failed her. Her sisters, her mother, her in-laws, they all failed her. Every one of them. Well, they didn't fail her. They failed those kids. That's what I believe. And listen, like I said, do I know what the punishment should be for that? No, not the law. But they all failed her. They all did. They, not her, the children. I don't know if they failed her so much. I mean, but they failed the kids. Definitely. 100%. Everybody that knew, everybody and anybody that knew, she had at least said it one time, and we know she said it at least twice to 3 different people, that she felt like harming her children. Anybody that heard that at least once, even through a second party, like my mom called me and just told me that my sister said that, you all failed those kids. Every one of you for leaving her in there. Because, listen, we're all like this, right? We hear things and we're like, oh, man, our Lindsay, that's our Lindsay. Lindy's not like that. I know that's what she said, but you guys know Lindsay. She's no way. There's no way Lindsay could kill anybody. She can kill herself. She picks up a bee and throws it outside. Oh my God, I just want to cringe anytime I hear somebody say that. Well, let's talk about some mental health problems here. Okay. Yeah, your Lindsay, your sweet Lindsay, probably wouldn't have killed her kids. Probably wouldn't have hurt herself, but you're not dealing with Lindsay the minute she says, I have felt like harming my children. That's no longer Lindsay. You're talking to a disease.
Yeah, definitely. Toshi says, I believe I heard the mother offered to take the kids, but Patrick wouldn't allow it.
That was just
you're right
overnight.
on that.
That was just overnight.
Right on that. He's probably saying that because he knew Lindsay wouldn't be happy about it.
Yeah, but that was just overnight, and that was the dad that had asked, not the mother. I don't know if the mother did too, but the dad testified to that, and they had only offered to take them overnight. They didn't stand up to their own children and say, "Look, we have a problem. You have a problem. I'm taking the kids with me. Let me know when you're getting some help, and I'll make sure that you come and see them. Come on over to our house every Sunday for dinner."
Or the 2 moms.
And if you don't like it, call the police. Call the police on me. They weren't going to call the police. Lindsay was too scared of her kids getting taken away. So those parents that knew about that, I wouldn't ask if I could have my grandchildren. You think one night away from the kids are going to be okay for someone like that is this sick? No. Especially since those people, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting. They all knew she was sick. You're not going to get better overnight. So yeah, while I do appreciate, Dad saying, hey, Patrick, let's take the kids overnight, no, I would have been in my kids' faces saying, call the police. Go ahead, call the police. Because when I tell them what you say, they're going straight over to CPS. So which one do you want? You want them in my house or you want them in foster care? Which one? Because that's what's happening here. They wouldn't call the police. They didn't stand up to their kids. Shame on him. Patrick didn't stand up to his wife. Shame on him. And I'm sorry, I don't believe that bullshit in their text messages they were reading out their text message, and she had taken Cora to the doctor that morning because of stomach issues, and then she had sent a message to Patrick. Patrick sent a message back, and then one of the last things he says in the text message is, "You're a good mommy," and then she sends a heart emoji because that's what she was trying to be, right? That's what, she had to be this perfect mom, and she couldn't nurse her baby long enough, and she just couldn't do this well enough and couldn't do that well enough, and she just wanted her life back. And somehow, you guys, I got a sick feeling when they read that out that Patrick had said, "You're a good mama," or "a good mommy," whichever one he said. I was just like, you know what, fuck you. I just somehow, I think there were games being played there. I think he knew that's all she really wanted to be, was a good mom. What says you, Maggie?
Sorry, love, I'm just replying to a text message. Sorry.
It's okay, no problem.
What was the question, Lee?
I was just going over the
chat. Yeah. Well, Patrick got what he wanted. He's free with his wife and new kids.
Yep.
So there's a loads of people saying that. Yeah.
100% agree with that.
I don't believe he had anything to do with the kids getting killed. I don't believe that. But I believe he was very, very negligent. And I think he should be held responsible. What they do, I don't know, but I really think he should take some responsibility. He's as much of a parent as she was. She told him she had thoughts, and he never took the kids to safety. He never acted upon it. So therefore, that tells me he didn't really believe her. Because if you see someone losing their mind in front of you, and you know that person is like not that person, and she's saying that, never believe that she's not going to do it because of the person she is without the mental illness. That you just got to, if that ever happens, you've got to act on it. Get them out the way. Toshi, 1.7 million, what's this? Flower said Jerry should pay. Patrick will make a ton of money on lawsuits, and we won't even see it, will we, in the course? Yeah, he was negligent. Everyone agrees he was negligent. Definitely.
Yeah, I too believe that he did not have a hand in killing his children.
Who believes he was carrying on? Who believes he was having an affair? Why would you take your kid to the doctor if you plan to kill your kids that night? Another reason I don't think it was premeditated. Exactly, Shauna. Why would you?
Another great. That's another great thing. Yes.
Why would you do that? You take your kids when you know later on you're going to do away with them. It wasn't. I was saying to myself, he was just going to get that food like they've probably done a million times. And while he's out, them thoughts in her head have gone overboard. And then she's heard that voice. She's heard it. Who's to say it wasn't in her mind that the voice, she could hear it? Do you get what I'm saying, Lily?
Yeah.
It was in her mind, but to her, it was a voice she was hearing. She could actually hear this voice. That's the way it had her. So that's when she acted on it. Do you know what I mean? She went with it because, she did say, when they asked her, why would she say all this if it was a plan? If she was saying, I'll tell the doctors this and I'll tell the doctors that. She told them that she wouldn't kill herself because she didn't want to hurt the kids or her mum. That was the reasons before that stopped her. But this just totally spiraled. And then, the rest of the story.
Well, I'm glad that Shauna put that in because, like I said, this thing is so weird that we can come up with all different reasons why this is not premeditation. And then I can come up with reasons why it was premeditation. So because of that, I'm saying that you can't charge her. They didn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt. They didn't answer any of the questions that we all still have. Well, then why about this? What about this? You didn't ask that question. Ask this question. You know what I mean? And listen, Reddington's been around a long time. Her lawyer's been around a long time. From what I understand, he is a well-respected lawyer there, and he's highly sought after there as a defense lawyer. So I just think there's a lot of things he could have said and didn't say because he knew that they had left holes everywhere, and that's premeditation. Lori says, I don't believe she did it. The neighbors saw the window open well before he left. He did it before he left. He convinced her she did it. A lot of people do think that way.
Yeah, and it was his voice that she was hearing because he'd been saying, kill yourself, whatever, and it was his voice that she was hearing. When you know what, I don't believe it, but you never know because it happens.
It does.
It really happens.
Mm-hmm. And that's, I mean, I know I just sound like a fucking broken record at this point, but I just keep telling myself the same thing over and over again, reasonable doubt. That's it. I mean, because we're never going to know the truth, you guys. We're never going to know the truth. She's never going to get on that stand. And even if she did, how much is she remembering? How much did she fabricate? How much did she tell so many times over the 3 years that that's what she really believes now? We're never going to hear the truth. I don't think we're ever going to hear the truth from Patrick. Nobody's going to tell the truth. So I think in instances like this, all the instances that come to court, you have to do exactly what the judge tells you to do, which is, upon a reasonable doubt. And I think we got to quit giving these people parole. I think there's reasons for parole. I do, because we get some things wrong in the judicial system, but I think once they are found guilty or not guilty, and they're sent to this, because understand, right now she wouldn't do any time in jail. You guys know that, right? I mean, if she's found guilty, she's just going to stay in the hospital for the rest of her life unless they grant her parole. Well, we see how that's going with Kohberger, right? I mean, Kohberger pled guilty and gave away his parole rights, but yet what's he doing? Yeah. So, I mean, that's no guarantee, right? But I just think if you're found criminally insane, you should never, never be let out. Never, never, never.
Do you believe she should stay in and never be released?
Absolutely, 100%. Even if she's found not guilty, she should be in the hospital for the rest of her life.
Do you not think that it can be kept, with medication?
Who's to say she was going to take medication?
Yeah, true. I mean, I'm just asking. I'm just, thinking, what if they could manage it with medication?
I mean, they might be able to. I don't know.
Maybe if she's been taking it for that long now, and she knows that it is keeping her straight-minded. If it is keeping her straight-minded, who knows? Only her. But I mean,
but at the same time, Maggie, why would we take a chance?
Yeah.
It's not like her family can't go and see her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those kids are always.
So, if she goes in this, in this mental institution, can she have visits as and when? Is it just like a normal hospital?
No, I think it's much more stricter with visitation and things like that. Like, you don't have visiting hours.
Yeah.
So I think it's much more stricter, and it's much more depends. Yeah, I think it would have to be even more stricter, because you never know if these people are going to lash out and try to kill one of their family members while they're visiting. I mean, it happens. But for me, I just wouldn't take the chance. We have heard many stories in here when we first started covering this to try to understand us. Psychosis, because Maggie and I didn't really understand it. And there were some really nice people that told us their testimonies and told us their story. So obviously, if you're willing to get the help and you stay on the lines of the help, but none of these people committed murder that are in our, you know what I mean? Like, so I just think if you've done something that criminal, like, why would you take the chance of letting them out to do it again?
Yeah. Because she's young enough, isn't she, to have more children? Although, can she have more children? I think you can, but I don't know whether she's ruined, she's done anything to a womb or, I think it being what is it called, doesn't stop you.
Curtis, I appreciate you saying that. Somebody said that to me earlier. I don't remember who it was. I don't want to call a name, but listen, that was attempted murder, and I understand that he did attempted murder on a sitting president. I get that. I understand it. Listen, I bleed red, white, and blue. Okay, but still, it was attempted murder. She killed 3 children. Morally, I think I understand that Hinckley got out just a couple years ago. I got that. But it was attempted murder. It's a totally different thing. And we're talking about a court of law, right? So if you're looking at the severity, and if we just follow the laws of the land, he was tried for attempted murder. She's not even being tried for the murders because she already admitted to it. But she killed 3 of her children, or anybody's children. I'm telling you, it's a bigger deal. Maybe not national. It's not like a national, emergency, like if our president died. But I think 3 kids being dead and 1 president, making it out alive, I'm not saying that John Hinckley should have ever been let out. Well, I never said that. Yeah, I think if you're criminally insane, you're criminally insane for the rest of your life. And like I said, Susan Smith killed her 2 kids for a boyfriend. She wasn't even claiming that she was nutty as a fruitcake. Okay, and she's already, she already went for parole and she got denied. So I'm not saying that for the rest of her life she's gonna, they're gonna lawfully keep her in that place. Hopefully she's got some kind of scruples to her, like what's her name that killed her 5 children in a bathtub? What was her name? Help me remember, because I'm tired.
Oh, you were talking about that yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah, and I can't.
Yeah, I'm trying to think myself now.
What was her name, guys?
Will she be in the same place?
Oh no, we've got a couple of these. I think she's in Texas.
Yes, okay.
That's at least that's where. Well, I don't know. God, I cannot believe I don't remember her
Andrea
name.
Yates.
Thank you so much,
Mrs. Bald Eagle. Hello, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Lovely for you to be here. Please hit the like, and if you'd be so kind to subscribe to get our little channel off and running, and get us out on the algorithm. We'll be made up, and we'll love you forever.
Yeah, Andrea Yates. So she killed 4 of her kids, and it was for the same defense, right? And she was found criminally insane. And they have already, she was going up for parole and she said, absolutely not. I don't want it. I want to stay right where I'm at. Because she knows she's safer and she's still sick for obviously they got her on all kind of meds, but she's got some kind of scruples to her that says, I'm exactly where it should be. Whether it is she finally got a conscience or she got sane enough where she could see the severity of what she did and she deserves to be locked away. I don't know what her reasoning is behind it, but hopefully, Clancy does the same thing. when she gets sent off to the institution, hopefully when her parole comes up in 30, 40 years, she'll say the same thing like, no, I don't deserve to be out there. She doesn't. Flower says she knows she can't trust her mind. Agreed. Agreed. Mrs. Bald, it's Bald Eagle Jr. Mrs. Bald Eagle Jr., so good to see you. Thank you, honey, for coming in and seeing us. Curtis says, all I'm saying is that a mental defect can be treated. No, I agree with you 100%. 100%, but do you want to take a chance on letting a killer, especially someone who will kill her own kids, even though she's been supposedly proven mentally ill, even though it was a mental thing, would you want to be the one to take the chance that she won't walk up on a playground and kill somebody else? Or that are you going to be the one responsible to make sure that she stays on all of her medication? I mean, she was sick and her husband didn't even help her with the medication. I mean, what the fuck, you know? So who here, raise your hand, wants to be responsible for her, you know, us giving her a second chance and her be rehabilitated, and you take care of her and make sure that she stays on all of her medicine so that people are safe in the world. Not me. Stay over there. Sit in there. Go eat your spinach. Which sounds so good right now. Some spinach, Maggie. I've been eating spinach. I've been eating spinach every day.
You're gonna be like Popeye. Do you know who Popeye is?
Yeah, I've been eating 1 to 2 cans of spinach every day. Every day. Sometimes I'll throw in
That's
a
really
can.
good for you. It's full of iron, isn't it, spinach?
Yeah,
Do you know I've
that's
never
why I'm
had
craving it.
spinach like that in my life?
Oh God, just pop a can and I drink all that juice and see. Now
Oh
my
my
mouth's
God.
starting
Is
to
it
water.
sloppy? Is it sloppy? Is it like cabbage, like green sloppy stuff?
Yeah, it's so good though. I don't
What's it
put
taste
salt.
like? Think of something it tastes like.
To me, I
Well, you've
can
got to
taste.
drain the water off.
No, I drink the water. I drink it all. I eat it all, the whole can. No.
But are
I
you
crave
supposed to
it.
drain the water off?
No.
I buy spinach. I buy fresh spinach and throw it in my scouts and whatever. Yeah, I think so too, Toshi. If she did this, I think she would end her life if she had any kind of freedom. What do you think, Lee?
I think so too. Yeah, absolutely. Especially if she's off her meds. Curtis says, thankfully I have no say. Me too. Me too. Because I can argue for both sides. And I let my heart get too much in it.
Oh, sweet. Lena, will you take a picture of that for me, please? That spinach, so I know what it's like. Send me it.
Yeah.
I can't believe Alex just FB.
In fact, I'll call you while I'm sitting here just eating it. Oh my God, you guys, I crave it so bad. Sometimes I'll just eat 2 cans and then that makes me real sick, like I want to go throw up, and then I want more. Or I'll eat 1 can of spinach and 1 can of green beans. And then I feel really, really sick after 2 cans, but I don't care. It's worth it. It tastes like spinach to me. I think it tastes like dirt, like what I imagine dirt to taste like. I think I'm tasting that in spinach. Don't ask. I don't know. Tastes like eating horse weeds. Oh, I love it. I can't get enough of it. They just said she's socializing and smiling in the hospital. Curtis says my heart aches for those children.
She keeps to herself, though, he says as well. That she's very quiet and keeps to herself most of the time. That's what they said, didn't they, Lee? Flower saying they said she's socialising and smiling. Apparently she talked to the nurses, but she keeps herself to herself.
Yeah, but the deal is, though, isn't that what the medication is supposed to do for you?
To make her normal again, yeah.
Yeah, or make her as close to being herself as possible. So if she's able to smile and socialize, then the medicine's working. And that just goes to show you, had the doctors done what they were supposed to do, we might have 3 kids still living, that the medicine would work. You just got to give it more than 2 days to throw another medicine in. Right, well, I'm right, meds, yeah. Torso, there is no need that could hold me together, Tashi. Oh, no med. Okay, no med that could hold you together. You'd be surprised how many times you've gone in for surgery and said, I ain't going to sleep. Shit. I'll watch everything y'all do, and you're out. Yeah, there's meds. I know we think that. See, this is the human coming out, the human of us coming out. That's why I'm glad I'm not on this jury at all. This would be a hard one for me. Lacey says, what if she was actually innocent and he drugged her and convinced her she did it and was actually her husband and she got put away for life? Unlikely, but it happens. Most likely not. But what if is sad. I have to agree with you on that because, like I said, we'll never know the truth.
Yeah.
Never, never, never know the truth. Lunchy's got to go cook dinner. Love you. Hit the like. Thanks. Love you, Lunchy. All right, guys. You know what? We're gonna go.
Lunchy.
We're gonna close this one down, you guys.
Yep.
I've got a couple things to do. I know Maggie wants to get to bed eventually, or go watch her other stuff that she's got to catch up on. I guess we'll be back here at 9 o'clock in the morning. I should have known when we heard the judge say on Friday when Reddington was like, so, like Monday we should be able to hand this over to the jury, right, Judge? And he said, maybe Tuesday.
Yeah.
He's like, I know what you two are doing. You two, I know what's happening here. So
I'm starting to want to eat with anxiety, laying I'm on Manjaro. I can't afford this.
Well, you're not on enough, probably.
And well, I've tried to go up and I've bolstered it up, haven't I? I've ordered the same one. Bolstered up.
Well, take two shots. Just kidding. All right, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and get the heck off here. I'm gonna let Maggie close this one down. I love you guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. It sounds like we won't even be done tomorrow, you guys. It sounds like we're at least going into Wednesday before we get to any jury watch. So we'll discuss jury watch and a verdict watch probably tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. We'll discuss it because Maggie and I do have a plan for that. So we'll discuss all that later. But it looks like we're in for a full day tomorrow, and then that's if nothing else goes unplanned. And then hopefully Wednesday this is going to go to the jury because I'm over it because they've already set it up for appeal anyways if she doesn't win. So it is what it is. It was good meeting you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. And we hope to see you guys back tomorrow. Thanks for all the chat. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the dislikes. We appreciate you guys. Y'all be good or be good at it. Thank you, Maud. See you later. Bye.
Charlie.
Love you, Mags.
Love you. Oh, thanks very much, everyone, for coming in and for giving your opinions. Because it's good to learn, isn't it? Because sometimes you say something and you thought, I never thought of that. And I thought about that hospital bit. How come if you got it all planned, why would you take your kids to see the doctor? And then I forgot all about it. This is what happens. I forget about stuff. Thank you, Misty, for 10 jewels. Thank you. I tell you what, you've got a few jewels, you, Misty. I haven't got one to my name. I still haven't got a clue. I have looked it up what these jewels do. I suppose, I don't know, I forgot again. You see what I mean? I forgot. Can you find out, Misty, and tell me tomorrow? Anyway, thank you all for coming in. It's been great to meet all the new people, and we hope you carry on coming into the channel. We're only a little channel and we're trying to grow, so please give a thumbs up and subscribe if you'd be so kind. Everyone else who's been with us from the beginning, good night and God bless, or good day wherever you are in the world. It's good night for me. I'll be going to bed soon. And thank you for each and every one of you again for coming in. It means the absolute world to us. Thank you.
Chicks and up big hug.